Wonderful people, wonderful Kenyans, ladies and gentlemen, people from all walks of life. Again, it's your host, Jakes, the moderator, Sir Jakes. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being part of this great show. Karibuni sana. This is Afric TV, and I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator. Karibuni sana kwa hii show moja fiti, show moja kali, show mmeishi kuipenda, show mliitisha kwa fujo. But now we are back with the bang. Karibuni sana. I know you have been waiting for this. Thank you for being part of this great team that always find time and tuning to great conversations that we are about to have here at Afric TV. I'm sure you are eagerly waiting. Asante sana kwa kujiunga nami. I'm your host Jakes. Good to see you. Good to hear from many of you. Fanya vipi? Like hii video, share hii video. Let's have a decent conversation. Kuna mambo mengi. Ever since I've not been around, I'm sure a lot has been happening. A lot has happened to you. A lot has happened in our country. And that's what we'll be making sense of. This is a channel where we unlock African stories in a way only us can do it. And above all, we unlock it in a Kenyan way. Hapa tuna discuss jinsi Kenya manze kunaenda visivyo, but all the same tunashukuru Mungu. Thank you for being part of this show. Thank you for being part of this wonderful conversation. Welcome to this show. Share, like this video. Let me know where you're watching me from. Nijuze tu hapo kwa comment section unanitazama ukiwa maeneo gani. Naona mtu anasema hapo hi Jakes, nasema pia wewe hi to you, unajiita Goody. Asante sana. Alphonse Nzioka, I see you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being part of this great show. Ninamuona Kevo Meru uko ndani na kuona, asante sana. Janex Mitumba, I see you uko ndani. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana. Like this video, share this video, let us have a decent conversation. Now, to be part of this conversation, I'll be showing you how to join in live. I'll be showing you how to be part of this great discussion we are about to have. Karibuni sana, juza wawili watatu kwa kufanya vipi, kwa kulike like hii video, wacha tufanye ile kitu. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana. Si nimewahata wadau. Hey, it's been a while, but I'm back. I am here. And we are now better. We are bigger. We are better. We are much stronger. You know, they normally say a change is as good as a rest, or a break is as good as a rest. So I chose to take a small break. But here I am, ready, and we are good to go. This is Afric TV 20, Afric 24. Karibu sana, karibu sana, karibu sana. Nijuze unantazama ukiwa wapi. Karibu kwa hii show. We are discussing a lot. We are discussing a lot. Tutadiscuss hizi stories za mafuta Kumetokea hadi madam anajiita Angeri the billionaire lady. We will be discussing all that among many other things ambazo zimekuwa zikihappen kwa hii sector tu ya mafuta. What is happening We were told mambo yatakuwa fiti, lakini ni kana kwamba mambo yanaenda mrama. Jinsi siku zinavyosonga ndivyo mambo yanazidi kwenda sege mnege. Let me know where you're watching me from. Namuona Hesbon Makindo unasema hello, karibu sana my friend. I see you. I see my friend Dan Kemboy unasema uko ndani, asante. Who else is in the show? Let me know where you're tuning in from. Karibuni sana. Watu wa Facebook, karibuni. Watu wa YouTube, karibuni. Watu wa wapi? Watu wa wapi? Watu wa Twitter, karibuni. Watu wa Mtembei TV, karibuni. Watu wa True TV, karibuni. Karibuni kwa hii show. I'll be showing you how to join Afric TV. Asanteni sana kwa kuwa part of this conversation. Let me soma wale ambao wamelike hii video. Namuona Kikuyu Junior amelike hii video. Asante sana. Abel Orili, thank you for liking the video. I am grateful, my brother. Kevo Meru umelike hii video. Thank you. Alphonse Nzioka, I see you. Queen Suzy Peace, I see you. Joshua Arab Kirui, I see you. Phil, I see you, my brother. Let me know where you're tuning in from. Uko maeneo gani? Uko US? Uko Kenya? Uko wapi? Kenya wa diaspora karibuni, Kenya wa hapa home karibuni. Hapa ni kwetu, hapa ndipo conversation inakuhusu wewe mwananchi, wewe mwananchi, wewe ambaye hizi story was na kuaffect wewe ambaye ulipewa promise after promise, wewe ambaye ulipewa story kibao. Wewe, hii ni show yako. Thank you very 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 much. Thank you very much. I see Abel Oriri says, good to see you. Good to hear from you, Abel. Asante sana. Asanteni sana. I've really longed to see you guys and actually hear from you. And I'm glad that I'm back. I don't know if you're glad I'm back, but let me hear hapo kwa comment section. Now, his show has been made possible because of Afric TV. Now, Afric TV is the new kid in town, and this kid has to grow. Now, for this kid to grow, it needs you to subscribe. So, kimbia hapo YouTube, subscribe to Afric TV. Kimbia hapo, subscribe to Afric TV. The more you subscribe, the more you stand a chance of winning some prizes. You heard me right. There are prizes on Afric TV, including a very nice Christmas gift hamper. I wish I was you. Ningekimbia YouTube mbio mbio, ni like na ni subscribe kwa Afric TV. Kimbia hapo mbio mbio, it's kwa YouTube So we'll be looking at those who are subscribed, those who will be liking and sharing our video, especially kwa YouTube. Ingia hapo mbio mbio, Afric TV. The logo is there. The email is there on your screen. Ingia hapo, like, subscribe. Then, hey, sisi kama wale wa jamaa lazima tufanye ile kitu. We must award you, including the grand prize, a Christmas shopping hamper. I see Leo TV, I see you. Unasema greetings, karibu sana. Kireo Ewoi, I see you, my brother. Thank you for being part of the show. Good to see you guys. Good to see you. Now, Baba today, or rather yesterday, made this statement. Listen to Jacom.
Well, the deal was a scam for which we now demand are undeniable. 1. There was no G2G. Kenya government did not sign any contract with Saudi Arabia or the United Arab Emirates. Only the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum signed a deal with the state-owned petroleum companies in the Middle East. Why Ruto chose to characterize the deal as a G2G is the first red flag that points to mischief in this deal. We now know that the characterization of this deal as a G2G was meant to shield the 3 Kenyan companies from paying the 30% corporate tax. I will return to this matter later. 2. The shilling has continued to fall against the dollar. The cost of oil has not come down since the deal was signed. 4. The scarcity of the dollar has continued. 5. The landlocked countries that depend on us for oil are abandoning our pipeline because it has become too expensive. In other words, the deal has not addressed any of the problems Ruto said it would.
Tupoza hapo wadau. Cheki, ilikuwa ni government to government deal. Ilikuwa ni tuache kutumia dola kubai mafuta, tutumia our shilling, right? I'll take you back to how all this started. Now, most companies zikanyimwa story za kupitia hiyo story ya G2G. So only 3 companies zili qualify, and then government to government deals zikakuwa signed. Now, what they said is, I don't know if you remember, we were told dola itashuka. Na wasi wakaambia wa dispose zile dola wameshikilia kwa sababu dola itashuka. Hey. But I don't know if you remember how much dollar was then and how much dollar is now. But let me take you back. Wacha tuanze mahali ilianza. Tuanze kwanza na mahali kwanza mafuta ilifika hapa. This is where mafuta
Least has landed in the country. 2 ships ferrying 165,000 metric tons of fuel docked at the Kipevu oil terminal in Mombasa and was received by Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. The consignment includes petrol, diesel and jet A1 fuel used in the aviation industry worth 20 billion shillings. Here's Chimtai Goin with the details.
The arrival of the 2 ships MT Front Capella and MT Nodo Dolphin at the port of Mombasa sealed the government-to-government deal entered between Kenya and the UAE, where Kenya will procure fuel from private companies on credit, this payable within 6 months. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua led government officials including Energy Cabinet Secretary Davis Chirchir, Mombasa Governor Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir, EPRA Director General Daniel Kiptoo, among others, in receiving the vessels that may hold the key to lower fuel prices.
That strategy of fuel subsidy is foolish because it's not sustainable, and we want to dismiss with contempt those who are calling us and telling us to reinstate subsidizing consumption. It cannot work. The government will subsidize production because it's sustainable.
Akasema to subsidize mafuta is foolishness. Na wakadai hii deal ya government to government ndio ita reduce prices za mafuta. By that time haiko imeshoot to the levels ambazo ziko sahi. Wadau, you know what? Tukidhani, I think it was around April there about, tukidhani sasa hii mafuta ambayo imeland tu hivi ndio ita reduce the cost of fuel. Dollar ikashoot. Mafuta tunachezea 217 tukisonga, lakini tuliambiwa tumeacha sasa kununua mafuta tukitumia dola, tunatumia our Kenyan shillings. That's why tumekuwa na government to government. So baada tuende tu negotiate tukitumia pesa za wenyewe, si tutumie coins zetu, shillings zetu. Hey. Mimi na wadau hapa tukashangilia. This was when mafuta ilifika. Gachagua akatushow aje ya kwamba mafuta ya kusubsidize ni upumbavu. Yeah, it was wrong. So what was good? This is what they brought. Listen.
The consignment contains 80,000 metric tons of jet air fuel worth 10 billion shillings and another 85,000 metric tons of petrol, also worth 10 billion shillings.
In an effort to ease the aforementioned pressure, the government has therefore entered into a memorandum of understanding with prospective governments and signed master framework agreements with respective petroleum trading entities for the supply of petroleum products on a 270 days term on an extended credit period of 180 days. Through this arrangement, the country is set to realize greater macroeconomic benefits.
Ships had docked, the products were here, but the LCs could not be unwound because the dollars were not available. We certainly will see the stabilizing of the shilling against the pressure where we had seen the dollar going up to the shilling to the dollar going up to 145 shillings.
Program kama hii.
Okay. By that time, shilingi ilikuwa 145. So they were saying, because of this deal, stories that are stabilized, and soon tutaona shilling ikigain strength, only for it to happen vice versa. Hey, niko na story tu kibao. Just stick around, I'll be telling you ndio tufike hapa. How did it all start? So nimekuleta mafuta ya kwanza ilipofika. This was around April there about. Around 165,000 metric tons za mafuta zilikuwa zimefika. Na sasa tulikuwa tunaambia wadau, mnajua ni aje mafuta itashuka bei. Hey. Skiza hapa Jeff akidai.
Under the new arrangement mean to the end users? The Director General of the Energy, Petroleum and Regulatory Authority, the EPRA, Daniel Kiptoo, says Kenyans may have to wait a little longer to feel the effect of the new arrangement at the pump, which he pegs on appreciation of the Kenya shilling against the dollar. Chemtai Goin has more.
For financial year 2020.
Barely 2 days before the Energy Petroleum Regulatory Authority EPRA announces monthly pump prices, the oil industry is bracing for changes to the supply chain. With the arrival of the first consignment under the new arrangement, while appearing before a parliamentary committee, the Industry Regulatory Authority Director General remained non-committal on whether Kenyans should expect good news. While appearing before the Public Investments Committee on Commercial Affairs and Energy to respond to audit queries, EPRA Director General Daniel Kipto was put to task by members who wanted to know whether the pain at the pump will ease with the new deal.
Kenyans expect now that it is a government-to-government business, the oil prices will definitely go down. So that's what Kenyans are expecting.
Are you intending to have fuel prices increased and in the verge of every other Kenyan really getting to a point where they are at a corner where they are not able to manage themselves economically?
With the increment of fuel literally increases prices of all goods and services which are capable of being transported. And that, should it be reviewed upwards, then you know the repercussions, which could lead to fresh mandamus.
As to whether we will see a reprieve in terms of cost, one, I want to state that the international price is, because this is a globally traded commodity, we do not have control over that. But I want to assure you, as a committee, Parliament, and Kenyans at large, that there are efficiencies that we are continuing to work to ensure that there are administrative efficiencies, and there are also efficiencies that we can be able to ensure that Kenyans get a reprieve or a benefit going forward.
We have to be very careful as a regulator. Please protect the people of Kenya.
The energy regulator expressed optimism that over time, the oil marketers could pass on the benefit accruing from easing of pressure on the exchange rate to oil users.
If there's a gain, we as a regulator will be able to claw back that gain and pass it on to Wanjiku.
The issue was to ease the pain. But unfortunately, that has not happened. In fact, it's even sad that as the market prices uko nje ina reduce, hapa Kenya inapanda juu, despite government to government. Listen to this story.
Have been on a gradual decline attributed to slowdown in demand. In the local market, however, the petroleum pump prices have been on a steady increase for nearly 6 months, with the latest price announcement by the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, which did not reflect the continued decline in international prices, being blamed on an increase in landed costs. Now tonight, we bring you the trends in petroleum prices both locally and globally, as questions abound while the pump prices are declining in the region, but rising domestically. Here's our numbers cruncher, Sam Gitugu.
The petroleum prices announced by EPRA on Tuesday remained far much the same for Super Petrol, with a marginal decline for kerosene and diesel. EPRA attributed it to rising landed cost of diesel and Super Petrol, with a marginal decline for kerosene. For the fourth week now, the Central Bank of Kenya has been reporting reducing global petroleum prices that are now lower than they were 6 weeks ago, on the week ended 20th September, by nearly $16 a barrel. In its weekly bulletin, CBK says, quote, that international prices declined during the week ending Thursday last week as demand concerns persist, coupled with dissipating impact of the war between Israel and Hamas group. CBK says that Marban oil price fell to $81.59 per barrel on November 9th from $87.24 a week before. According to monthly releases by EPRA on petroleum prices, the international prices have been fluctuating over the last 6 months, falling drastically in the month of October. In October, the prices dropped to $804 per metric ton, the lowest since May this year. But that decline is yet to reflect in Kenya. According to EPRA, the landed cost of Super Petrol has been on a steady rise to stand at $827 per metric ton, the last reported landed cost by EPRA. And that is reflected at the pump. The calculated price of a litre of petrol has risen by more than 47 shillings since June on account of increased taxes, changing exchange rate against the dollar, and more importantly, the landed cost. Despite the decline in global oil prices, a litre of petrol has been calculated to retail at 229 shillings before a price stabilization component that lowered it to 217 shillings, maintaining it at the same rate as published last month. For the first time this year, April has indicated that, quote, in this review, the cargoes that have been factored were priced based on the average September 2023 Platts price, which was much higher than October 2023. April said these are cargoes that had discharged at the port of Mombasa between 10th October and 9th November 2023. This suggesting that Kenya's...
Now, this informed our discussion tonight. Now, what really informed this was what Raila Odinga mentioned, that one, kwa hii story ya fuel, kuna around 30 shillings hapo, kuna ka 30 bob mahali kamesindilio kamejificha kwa hizi story zote per liter, eh? So in every liter you buy, according to Raila Odinga, 30 shillings goes to unknown people, or rather kuna tumifuko tuna hii Kenya yetu wadau, hii Kenya yetu wengi walisema hawahami lakini jinsi vitu zinaendelea sijui kama hiyo statement bado ina apply, but all the same, karibu kwa hii show pole nimewachezea video kibao, maybe I have 2 more to play, but allow me to still introduce the show even properly. This is Afrique 24. Karibu sana kwa show. I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator. Sir Jakes is in the house today after a very, very long time. Niko na nani kwa studio? Nijuze uko wapi? Nijuze unanitazama ukiwa wapi? Let me know what this is happening. What is happening where you are? Is the stories of fuel zinakufanya ufeel aje? Do you no longer trust this government? Do you no longer even believe what they say? We were told G2G would be good. Hey, G2G is not even working, eh? R2K Real Talk TV, I see you. Unasema it's been long. Yeah, it has been. Asante sana. Real Talk TV, asante, I see you. Good year, I see you. Sam Karanga, I see you. Let me know if uko hapo. Zaidi yote like hii video. Naona wengi wana like hii video. Namuona Noel yule tajiri ame like hii video. Asante sana. Damaris Nakami, I think nimetamka vizuri, Nakami. Asante sana kwa kulike hii video. Patrick Lumumba, asante kwa kulike hii video. Namuona Chanzu amelike hii video. Daniel Kemboi amelike hii video. Kikuyu Junior amelike hii video. Zaidi yote tulisema vipi? Kimbia pale YouTube, eh? Tafuta channel inaitwa Afrique 24. Hii ambayo inakuletea hii video. Tafuta hii channel. Like hii video. Subscribe kwa hii channel. Zaidi yote kupitia hii channel. There are great rewards, including a very nice Christmas gift hamper coming your way. You can imagine Christmas coming early, courtesy of Afrique 24. Karibu sana wadau, karibu kwa hii show. I'll be showing you just now how to join me live in studio. But let's go back to what we were discussing. Raila Odinga says that this government-to-government deal was a scam. Do you believe? Do you agree? Was it a scam? Are this how to improve, to improve how we steal from us, by creating such deals ambazo ni ngumu kuexplain, kama venye ilikuanga sometimes back ngumu kuexplain what bottom up was, mpaka leo people are still wondering what bottom up was, Others were trying to say probably bottom up meant ni kupandisha zile vitu ambazo zilikuwa chini zipandishwe juu, zile vitu ambazo hazikuwa zinalipiwa including ID zipandishwe juu rather. So according to you, what was bottom up? Now that we were struggling then, now does it make sense to you? The other thing, now we are talking of government to government, complex terms, kizungu kubwa, as Kajwang would call it, kizungu kubwa. But you, common mwananchi, does it affect you, and how has it been affecting you? Have you felt the impact of government to government? dealing ya hii mafuta. In fact, tuko tunaambiwa they were taking it at ni kama kukopa, then they'll pay after some time. And then si kukopa tu, walikuwa walipe na pesa za Kenya, or rather the shilling, not the dollar. But today the president made very interesting statements. I'll be playing that clip right now. But according to you, this government, this far, the plan, as they call their manifesto, is it working for you? Hapo tu chini, hapo huyo mama mboga, huyo jamaa wa Nduthi, huyo jamaa wa cyber, jamaa wa kinyozi, jamaa wa salon, hapo chini. Is the plan working? Are you feeling this government? Is the government to government deal affecting you? Sorry, I'll be laughing often because at times, what can you do? You can't cry. You just have to choose your struggle. Either be angry, choose to laugh at it. Eh? Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what to say, but this is what I'll say. It has been an interesting government. Eh? This is the first government that tutaichambua kabisa, tutaichambua. Many voted for it. How it came to power, fine. But now we have to talk about it. Aha. Karibu sana kwa show. Kuingia kwa hii show si ngumu. Kupitia links ambao umetumia. Sasa around hii, this is different from the other shows. We have several links, over 6 links. Eh? Now, any of the links that you touch hapo kwa comment section itakuleta hapa kwa studio. Kuko na link ya Mtembei TV, link ya True TV, link ya Africa 24, link ya Mtembei Official, link ya Mtembei Facebook. All those links ukiguza any of the above, just one, inakuleta hapa. Hizo links ziko wapi? Ziko hapo kwa message. Wherever you're watching from, whether you are in any of the platforms, I'm sure there's a message that has popped up. Eh? That is the message that you kind of click on. Eh? Na ukiclick on that message inakutuma hapa kwa studio. Karibu kwa studio, wacha tufanye ile kitu wadau. Nimewamiss. I would really want to see you guys. Hope you're there. Hope you're there. Can see many watching. Hope you're there. Let's have a discussion. Let's have a decent conversation. Let us discuss this story of mafuta. You know, is our economy doing well? You know, we'll really kind of take ourselves deep into the heart of the issue. But let's listen in to what Raila Odinga, because he's the one that informed this conversation today. This was his speech yesterday.
To initiate this deal, the US dollar to the Kenya shilling exchange rate was 132. Today, 6 months later, it is Kenya shillings 159 to the dollar. The cost of fuel shot up significantly after the deal. Where have things moved from bad to worse since the deal was signed? Well, the deal was a scam for which we now demand full disclosure and full accountability. It is corrupt and rotten to the core. It is state capture by Mr. Ruto and company and a conspiracy against the country. Ruto's collapsing the country while feeding Kenyans on lullabies. Other than keeping the cost of oil permanently high in Kenya, the deal is costing the country dearly in terms of trade in petroleum with the landlocked neighbors. It is shrouded in deep secrecy. To date, only 2 documents have been made public. That is, the Master Framework Agreement with petroleum trading entities and the Open Tender System Modified Agreement with marketers. The Supplier Purchase Agreement between the Middle East oil firms and the hand-picked distributors in Kenya has never been seen. We challenge Mr. Ruto to publish this document. Nobody knows how Gulf Energy, Galana Oil Kenya Limited, and Oryx Energies Kenya Limited got nominated to handle local logistics. But the hand-picked distributors are selling oil to us at almost twice the price from bulk suppliers. These companies are also manipulating deliveries date ranges so that they can minimize on prices. We know that in August this year, 4 months after the deal, the government allowed Oryx Energies to sell oil at prices that had been inflated by 17%. In the Ruto deal, Oryx is a supplier of diesel to other oil marketing companies in the country. The excuse was to delay in discharging fuel at the jetty. This shady business model is being deployed by all the companies that were retained in the Ruto deal. They buy at low prices, delay discharging, then ask to be allowed to offload at higher prices, and the cost is passed on to the consumers. In the case of Oryx, it had bought the diesel at an average Platts price of $97.88. That is 14,182 shillings per barrel in July, but was allowed to sell the same to oil marketing companies at $114.5 US dollars, that is 16,585 shillings per barrel. Some of the companies charging the higher prices deliver more cargo than they were contracted to deliver, forcing Kenyans to buy more of the oil whose prices are inflated, hence the permanent high prices of petroleum products. The ministry is changing billing month to allow the oil firms to quote higher prices. For instance, cargo that was bought in July when the price was low is allowed to quote higher August prices and pass the burden to the consumer. The deal that Ruto hailed as phenomenal has resulted in high landed costs as a result of structuring of the contract. The faults include the double counting of some cost elements and fixed freighted premium, which sometimes are higher by up to $50 per metric ton. The cost is passed on to the consumers. It also lacks flexibility, which further exacerbates the pricing model. Uganda has announced that it will no longer purchase petroleum products from Kenya because middlemen have inflated prices by up to 59%, imposing too high a cost on consumers. The exact same scenario is prevailing here. The middlemen President Museveni is talking about are Kenya government officials. I repeat, the middlemen President Museveni is talking about are Kenya government officials. The deal has interrupted supply. Gulf Energy, which manages up to 50% of government importation, has been experiencing serious challenges securing letters of credit. This is because the single bank that was picked to provide the letter of credit is struggling with big bad loans. Consequently, there's delay for clearance of importers to offload oil. Ships are queuing at sea for up to 18 days, awaiting confirmation of letter of credit in order to discharge, while the Kenya Pipeline Company goes without operations for days because there is nothing to process. Then the companies incur demurrage, which is transferred to the consumer. Under the open tender system, that the old system, demurrage costs are $45,000 US dollars per day for the biggest tanker docking at the port of Mombasa, and $31,000 per day for the second biggest vessel. But under the Ruto deal, demurrage has risen up to $70,000 per day. This cost is passed on to the consumers at the pump. You will have noticed that Tanzania recently reduced the cost of petroleum products from 1st of November, while Kenya's remained the same or just marginally changed. Tanzania said it was reducing prices because of decrease in the world oil prices by an average of 5.68%, while premiums for importation of petroleum products had decreased by an average of 13% for super petrol, also known as premium motor gasoline or premium motor spirit, and 25% for automotive gas oil or diesel. We will not hear that story here because of the corrupt dealings written into the Ruto deal. As ships accumulate extra charges on the high seas, the money sits in an escrow account in a local bank where it earns interest. It remains unclear who the beneficiaries of the accrued interest is. This deal has led to high cost of oil products sourced through the Northern Corridor transit route, that's Kenya route. The freight and premium rates for the May 2023 cargoes were higher in the Northern Corridor by 61% compared to the Central Corridor. Northern Corridor is the running Mombasa, Nairobi, Malaba, Kampala, and to DRC. The Central Corridor, the one that comes from Dar es Salaam all the way to Rwanda, Uganda, and DRC. That rise in freight and premium is reflected at the pump. That is what has pushed Uganda and other forward markets like South Sudan, Eastern DRC, Rwanda, and Burundi to consider importing goods through the Central Corridor or Tanzania route. Uganda is shifting to the Central Corridor, meaning that they are going to be using the port of Dar es Salaam or Tanga rather than Mombasa. The volume it ferries via Kenya pipeline has dropped by 52% from 70%. So other than making petroleum products ever more costly, the deal is going to kill the Kenya pipeline company as soon as this year. You need to know that it is the Ugandan market that earns the Kenya pipeline company foreign exchange. The transit volumes account for 51% of Kenya pipeline company's revenue, which stands at an average of 2.6 billion shillings per month. When the company loses in the volume transported, it results in higher tariffs, which is transferred to the local consumer in terms of higher cost of petroleum products. A 10% reduction in the transit volumes would result in a 5% increase in tariffs, which is reflected at the pumps in terms of cost of fuel. The change of route by landlocked trading partners will force a number of Kenyan oil marketing companies and logistic firms to close shop.
To pause kwanza hapo, let's try to digest the figures and all that has been mentioned. In any case, we were trading na Uganda. Uganda would buy from us, or rather we would import to them. Export rather. Sasa wameanza kudai hata hizi stories zetu ni kana kwamba wataki. Why? Wanadai kuna brokers ama kuna wase wanaleta deal ambazo hazibambi. So they want to run away. So are we really gaining? Are we really making correct moves? Who is advising our government? And when advising our government, do they consider such repercussions, such ripple effects of their decisions? Or is it managed corruption? Tunapanga corruption in a smart way. Tunaipea kizungu tamu, kizungu nyororo, right? But all in all, we are stealing from that mwananchi wa hapa chini, yule ambaye aliambiwa hii serikali tunaiunda na wewe mwanamboga, wewe mtu wa pale chini, hii serikali tulikuwa tuunde pamoja, but hii serikali iko na wenyewe. Hii serikali ni akina Anjeri, wenye wako na 17 billion. Don't forget, hii tenda ilipewa 3 companies. I don't know if one of the names was Anjeri, but you guys are the ones saying all this. Let me know your sentiments as well. Namwona Helen Akinyi like hii video. Asante sana Helen Akinyi for liking the video. I see Ann Queen, I see you. Annie Queen, I see you. Edwin Ayoti, I see you. Paula Paul, I see you. Thank you for liking the video. Namuona John Mwenda like hii video. Ninamuona nani hapa? Noel yule tajiri, asante. I think I had read that one. Who else? Let me get more places about you guys have liked the video. But kuna place moja ukisubscribe. Your place, una win prizes. There will be grand prizes almost every day in a very short time, only for subscribing to kusubscribe kwa Afrique TV. Look for that beautiful logo ambayo inaapia hapo, tutazame hapo, like the video, subscribe, like. Ukilike hiyo video, ukilike Afrique channel, I'm telling you, kule ndani kuna mazuri. Hapo ndani you are getting prizes. You are being rewarded for subscribing. We'll be reading the names of the winners soon, very soon. We'll be having many winners winning gifts and lots of gifts. And of course, the grand prize at the end of this all itakuwa pale Krisi. Kuna mse atapata a very huge shopping hamper. Could it be you? Jifanyie tu kafeva. Imagine kulike ni free of charge, lakini unakuwa zawadi unapewa zawadi moja fiti kutoka Afrique 24. Afrique 24 wanakufanyia ile kitu. Christmas is starting very early here at Afrique 24. Hapa Afrique tunafanya ile kitu. Just go look for that logo, that beautiful logo. Look for it, subscribe. You can use the email ambayo inaapia on your screen. Subscribe on YouTube, subscribe on Facebook, subscribe on Twitter. The more you subscribe, wadau, the more you share this. Hey, mimi ni ule mse, I'm telling you, Africa, they are doing that thing. Wanafanya ile kitu, wanakuzawadi wewe bule bila kukufanya ufeel umefinyika. I know times are hard, but you can imagine that beautiful gift hamper coming to you, because of only subscribing. Subscribe hapo, wacha tufanye ile kitu. Okay, let's continue with the show. Now, here is what Raila Odinga was saying, that this was a scam, right? He's saying that the government-to-government deal was a scam. But in a quick response, hakungoja hata dust is settled, the president was quick to respond. And he gave several explanations, several reasons. One of the reasons he gave is that they had government-to-government deals so as to stabilize the dollar. Or rather, they were even giving dollars so that kusikose mafuta. Listen to his speech. I'll try to pick some of the things he'll be saying. But Raila Odinga has clearly said that this deal was a wrong deal. Why? It's even making those people we were partnering before, like Uganda and other countries, to flee our country and go to other deals. Why is this deal wrong? Listen to this.
By the people of Kenya. And they are perfectly entitled to interrogate our actions. We must work in such a manner that we can answer every question. For example, I am very happy that when the opposition is asking us about the G2G petroleum engagement, we can confidently tell them all the documentation is public. all the agreements are public. And I can say without fear of any contradiction that this whole exercise, before even I took the oath of office, the leadership of all oil marketers came to see me, and they were stranded, looking for dollars from corner to corner. In fact, there was stockout in many parts of Kenya. The petrol stations were, many petrol stations were closed. And I can confirm to the country that the G2G petroleum products engagement with our international oil companies is above board, is transparent, is innovative, and it has made the biggest difference in our country. If we hadn't
what is the difference that this G2G has done?
we would have
Prezo
driven
anadai
the country
hii story ya
in the
G2G
direct
imeleta improvement. What is the improvement? Hapo kwenyu, hapo mtaa. What is the fuel price? You can comment hapo kwa comment section as well. You can participate on the show by commenting. Let me know how much is fuel where you are. Is this government to government deal? Does it really imeku impact vipi? Do you like it? Has it made the country better or even worse? Raila Odinga calls it a scam. What do you call it? What do you call it? I see many commenting. Namwona Goodyear unasema like, subscribe, share and invite a friend. Asante sana Goodyear. Namwona unasema pia hapo juu umesema lying politicians, false narrative and fake persona. Wah, matamshi ya Goodyear. Let me know what your stand is. Let me know what you say about this. But ladies and gentlemen and all people watching us, you know what? This government really has at times I feel it may bite more than it can chew. Changing everything from education to, we'll be discussing most of the things that they have done. But today tumeanza na mafuta. Hii ambayo imeitwa scam. And one of my able guys wamesema hii ni kitu ambayo imepangwa, ni wizi ambayo imepangwa, new study. This is someone who has mastered the art of corruption, stealing using beautiful language, stealing or rather robbing using very well crafted skills. Mlishindwa kung'amua bottom up, sasa mumeletewa G2G. Na hii nakwambia hii inatulamba, hii inatulamba. Mafuta inazidi kupanda. You can imagine by now we are talking of 217 despite G2G, despite fuel prices over the world imeanza kushuka. Maybe we need to do a research on that. Let me know where you are, even those in the diaspora. Mafuta kweli imeanza kushuka huko kwenyu ama ni story pia? Unajua pia siku hizi huko Kenya kuna story tunaita stories za jaba. Ni stories za jaba ama it's true story? Let me know. But the president says that this is the best deal that Kenyans ever had. And in fact, kitu moja sijawaambia, hiyo deal imekuwa extended. Ilikuwa 6 months. Now it has been extended. This lady says it like this. Listen to her.
The deal with the Gulf for credit-based supply of petroleum products to December 2024 from the current sunset date of December 2023. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, that's EPRA, says this extension will help ease the burden of payments associated with the arrangement, which came into force in March this year as an intervention to the dollar shortage that had crippled the economy. The International Monetary Fund estimates monthly payment obligations associated with the government-to-government deal at $700 million or just about 103 billion shillings. Brian George now brings us those details.
In March this year, the government inked an arrangement with the Gulf-based petroleum giants Saudi Aramco and the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company for supply of petroleum product on credit, an intervention aimed at addressing the dollar shortage that crippled the market. The deal was set to run through the end of 2023, with the first payment estimated at about 700 million US dollars, or just about 103 billion shillings, due mid-September. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority now says this deal has been extended and will lapse at the end of 2024.
We've been working with the banks, and we do have a meeting every Wednesday where Central Bank is also represented on this G2G. This is the Treasury and Risk Management Committee, where we look at how do we approach the market, how do we ensure that we're able to convert the shillings into the dollar without upsetting the market, and working with the banks.
This now means that the country will continue to operate outside the open tender system in sourcing petroleum product, leaving it exclusively to the arrangement between the government and the Gulf oil major as negotiated. In July, the International Monetary Fund revealed that the government has set up an interest-bearing escrow account into which the proceeds from the sale of the fuel sourced through the government-to-government deal are deposited in an effort to cushion itself from foreign exchange risks.
For us as the regulator, I think the primary issue is a security of supply issue. How do we ensure that the country continues to have product, continues to be wet, that the product is available? I think the second order question is how do we ensure that the price is right? And I think the G2G has been a good testament of how that program has come to assist the economy.
According to data from the Central Bank of Kenya, the shilling has lost 13% of its value against the US dollar ever since the Gulf oil deal came in force in March. Brian George.
Wadau. Fuel up. And as it rises, same to the dollar. Dollar is exchanging at 150 plus, and we are here. and we are here. Now, I want to take you back kidogo, and I asked you to stay with me so that you learn more, and as well we try to share more. You remember wakiblame Uhuru kwa sababu ya mafuta? When Uhuru alijitetea akasema kama yeye ndio ako Russia na Ukraine, wakasema mafuta haijapanda kwa sababu ya Russia na Ukraine. Wakasema no, hii gava imetax watu sana. Then they were talking about the 8% levy tax ambayo ilikuwa introduced then. But now walipokuja, what do they do? Fast forward. Wakaidouble from 8 to 16. Yeah? As if that was not enough, waka-introduce the blame ya Russia na Ukraine. Na sasa wame-introduce even another concept ya Israel na Palestine. So wewe kama mwananchi, wewe kama wewe sasa, wewe ambaye unanicheki, where do you stand? Who now do you want to listen to? Because kuna mahali nafika unachoka na hizi explanations. Because Kenyans want answers. Kenyans want to know when will the cost of living come down, because they attribute the cost of living to, of course, fuel, which is true. Ikipanda vitu zingine zitaanza kupanda as much as wame-subsidize fertilizer. Mahindi haitajitoa shambani, needs diesel and all. Ifike kwa masoko, ifike kwa viwanda, isiagwe iwe unga and all. So gharama ya maisha haitashuka wakati mafuta inapanda. But hey, the government has subsidized production. I am sure fuel is one factor of production. Fuel is one factor of production. Ili ulime some of these farms that we are having, lazima uweke mafuta kwa hizo tinga, right? It is a factor. It's one of the farm input that you need to, of course, that affects how you farm, right? Even the cost of buying those seedlings, kuna venye tu mafuta ilitumika. Kuna mtu alitumia gari, alitumia meli, aliferi from somewhere, ikaletwa, right? Ili uweze kubuy. So if that is translated, the cost of living as well will not go down. But hey, tunaambiwa aje? The government has a good plan, and they called it the plan. Hey, wana hasla vipi? Wana azimio, najua juzi nilisikia wakisema hata tusiongee, wana hasla wasiongee, wanyamaze kabisa kabisa. Why? Kwa sababu walitaka hivi. Tulitaka hivi. Government to government is the new slogan. It used to be bottom up. We are no longer talking about bottom up. Wakasema the discussion will always center on the economy. Yes, it is on the economy. I agree. There we are page moja. But now, what economy are we talking about? Is it a ship up or a ship down? Is it an improvement, right? Are we seeing more businesses being open because the economy is doing well? I don't know. Are we seeing an improvement in our country? And are there new roads being constructed? Are there new facilities coming up, good hospitals being constructed simply because the economy is doing well? You tell me. You tell me. Government to government is the new slogan. Now, asante wengi ambao wana react and liking the video. Namwona Bon Degwa like video. Thank you so much. Pato K Lepacha like hii video. Asante sana. George Mogara. Sorry. George Mongare like hii video. Asante sana. Helena Kinyi, asante sana. Ann Queen, asante. Edwin Oyoti, asante kwa kulike hii video. Na wadau, si kulike tu. As I said, Christmas comes early with Africa 24. Here, you stand a chance to win awesome, great prizes simply by subscribing. Rush over to Africa 24. Subscribe wadau. Tukishindane kusubscribe. You never know. You never know. Leo can be a lucky day, and I know you will be happy once you get the prize. You get the prize. We'll be having guys receiving instant rewards just by subscribing. Subscribe to Africa 24 and make this your #1 station where you'll be getting a lot of this and many other content. Of course, we are in conjunction with other stations, but the one that is giving you an offer, hey, the one that is giving you something to smile about, the one that will make you have an awesome Christmas despite the government to government deal not going your way. Africa, they got you. Here, they are unlocking the African stories. Here at Africa, I'm sure you'll enjoy. Kindly rush there, subscribe, like, share. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Join in. Let us have a conversation. Now, to even join me on the studio, I'll show you how. Hapo kwa comment section, maujumbe zinakuja kibao. Zinakuja kupitia the channels ambazo zimelinkiwa na hii Africa 24. Now, ukiclick any of the link, depending on the site ambayo uko, inakuleta hapa kwa studio. Of course, we'll be discussing what I've raised and many other things, depending on how you feel now. This, as I've always told you, is not pro-government, right? Neither are we pro-Azimio. This is where you come in. Hey, you come in, we have a decent conversation and we discuss matters affecting our country. Of course, we'll be talking of other countries because tunaelekea mauchaguzi in other countries, so we'll be unlocking stories even in other countries. So Africa 24, not only will it affect our Kenyan story, it will also affect African story and of course the world at large. But zaidi ya yote, what do? Rush kwa Africa TV, like, share, subscribe. Join. Wadau to join. Hey. Me, I would want to really get that gift up. Na hii economy ya Ruto. Things that are coming for free are not many. They are not many. I hope you subscribe. Now to join me, I was explaining that. Unaguza hiyo link. Hiyo link inakutuma place inaitwa StreamYard. Ukifika StreamYard unafanya vitu ngapi? Vitu kadhaa. One, unawasha camera. That app has a camera with it. Unawasha camera. Unaandika jina. Write your name. It doesn't really have to be your official name, but write a name that I'll be able to introduce you with, or rather to call you on. And then that name is what will be displayed here on the screen. After umeasha camera, umeandika jina, una click enter. Ukiclick enter, moja kwa moja unajikuta umeingia kwa studio. Link ndio hizo hapo chini, zimeingia kupitia Africa D24 TV, True TV, Mtembei TV, Africa Facebook, Afric Facebook. Ukiingia Facebook pia Afric is there. Ingia kwa hiyo page, join in, subscribe pia huko. Tufanye ile kitu. Si to grow pamoja wadau. Let us grow pamoja. Above all, let us support this beautiful beautiful channel. Aha, namuona nani hapa? Good day, unasema vipi? People should like, subscribe and share. People should like, subscribe and share. Ruth Nyabuto unasema hivi, Kenya mbona corruption inakuwa juu sana? Watu wa nchi kweli wameumizwa. Sorry, let me read this again. Kenya mbona corruption inakuwa juu sana? Watu wa nchi kweli wameumizwa. I think she meant wananchi. Mungu atawa punish. Well, sawa, maoni yake Ruth Nyambuto. But let me ask you, wadau, let me ask you, hapo kwa comment section is as well a way you can use to communicate with me, to share with me what is your take on this government to government deal. Is it a scam? Ruto says it's not a scam. In fact, he explains it so well as per him that this deal is the best thing that happened to Kenya. Despite oil prices dropping globally, Kenya zinapanda, anasema it's the best thing that happened. Why? And I agree with him, because we said bottom, wadau, bottom up, vitu zipande, zitapose, maybe kuna mahali zitapose and then maybe zianze kushuka. But for now, bottom up. Juzi kuchukua ID, sijui kama wewe umechukua ID, form 4 leavers mmechukua ID, form 4 bado hajamaliza exams, but kuchukua ID, as much as walikuwa wamesema utakuwa unachargewa thao. It used to be a free service, because why? It is your right under the Bill of Rights. It's your right to have an ID, to be identified as a Kenyan citizen. It is your right, man. That one is a guaranteed right, but that right was almost being charged. Why? Ni bottom up wadau, ni bottom up wadau. Zaidi ya yote, karibu sana kwa show. Nimewahata, lakini nashukuru kuwa back. This show will be coming to you every day, maybe Mondays only, but every day you'll be sure to get this video and more of content zitakuwa zinaku appear. So hit the notification bell so that each time tuna create something unakuwa wa kwanza kuwa notified. So as much as una subscribe, kuwa pia na bidii ya kuhit the notification bell. The notification bell ni yako kanaka kama kabel, kahit, just touch it and of course you will be home and dry. Asante sana kwa kujoin Afric TV. Afric TV, we got you. Why? Because here we unlock the African story. We unlock African stories making headlines, stories ambazo zinakuguza, story kama ya hii government to government deal ambayo imefanya ile kitu wadau. Hii deal imefanya ile kitu. Zaidi yote, join, subscribe, let us do this together. Let us do this together. Why? Because Afric 24, we got you. Listen to this. Wadau, karibu sana wadau, karibu kwa Afric. It's new, it's day one, but we have started with a bang. Tumeanza na wewe kutuwatch, tumeanza na wewe kulike, tumeanza na wewe kusubscribe. Sini appreciate wale ambao wana like. Ninaona nani hapa? John Mwendwa, nimeona umelike, asanti sana my brother. I see Kamau Charagu amelike hii video. Thank you very much. Namuona Jan Mohamed amelike hii video. Karibu sana my brother. I see Evans Neruda amelike hii video. Ruth Nyabuto, asante kwa kulike hii video. Bondegwa, asante kwa kulike hii video. Pato, asante kwa kulike hii video. George Magare, asante kwa kulike hii video. Na wengi ambao mna like hii video either on the platforms ambazo zinaapia, asanteni sana. You are the guys that are making this possible. I'm loving it, I am liking it, and I like you for doing what you are doing just about now. Tuendelee wadau. Now, when I go back to how these stories began, issue ilikuwa the old system ilikuwa haiwork. we had to find a way. Of course, kuna watu walienda kotini to protest this. I wish we listened to them. I don't know if you remember, but kuna watu walikuwa wamekatana na hizi story. Why? Because only 3 companies qualified. Only 3 qualified. Listen to Jeff, what he had explained earlier.
States under the new government-to-government deal arrives into the country tomorrow. The new government policy has been met with cynicism by industry players. For starters, the government-to-government arrangement was structured to restrict participation to only state-owned national oil corporations of the Gulf states. Now, 3 of these Gulf state companies won the tender to supply oil through 3 local companies that were unilaterally picked, locking out other oil marketers. So, who are these local oil dealers that have been handpicked for the lucrative multi-billion oil business? Begin our broadcast with our very own Lillian Muli.
3 Arab firms won the tender to supply Kenya with petrol, diesel and kerosene for 9 months, beginning April 2023. These are Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, Saudi Aramco and Emirates National Oil Company. Local companies handpicked to receive the oil include Gulf Energy Limited, Oryx Energies Kenya Limited, and Galana Oil Kenya Limited. These nominees will in turn supply the fuel to other local oil marketers. Gulf Energy Limited, an oil marketing company, is one of the 3 companies nominated to supply oil to the local industry. In December 2019, French multinational Rubies Energy acquired Gulf Energy Holdings. A touch with the Registrar of Companies, however, shows that Gulf Energy Limited has 2 directors, Francis Menjogu and Paul Kiprotich Limo. Another shareholder in Gulf Energy Limited, listed as Oron Energy, was not found in records at the Registrar's office. The firm is listed as being in Mauritius. Also nominated is Galana Oil Kenya Limited. The company has 7 directors and 3 shareholder companies. The listed directors at Galana Oil share similar surnames as seen here: George Ngige Kahira and Jonathan Kahira Ngige. The 3 shareholder companies in Galana Oil Kenya Limited also showed duplication of names registered under Galana Oil Kenya Limited. Tapiola Limited, a shareholder company in Galana Oil Kenya Limited, has the same directors, George Ngige Kahira and Isaac Mukoinduru. 2 other directors share surnames with directors at Galana Oil. The same applies to Ramichi Company Limited, another shareholder company of Galana Oil Kenya Limited. Joseph Gitao Mburu, a director at Galana, is listed here as a director, with the surname Gitao appearing another 3 times. That is Wairimo Gitao, Wanjiku Gitao, and Rose Wamoyo Gitao. Sairam Investments Company Limited, also a shareholder company of Galana Oil Kenya Limited, has 2 directors with similar names: Shital Rasendra Khanna, who is also listed as a director at Galana, and Reena Shital Khanna, similar family name to the above named. The 3rd nominated oil firm, Oryx Energies Kenya Limited, has a Senegalese, French, Tanzanian and South African shareholding. The first cargo of fuel from the arrangement will be used in the April-May pricing cycle. Oil marketing companies in the country say the nomination of the local licensed oil firms breached the open tender system, where there is competitive bidding for the tender. Some have moved to court. Lillian Muli.
Wadau, asante sana kwa kuwa miongoni mwetu jioni hii ya leo. Thank you very much. I see my friend Ezekiel ako kwa show. Karibu sana Ezekiel. Thank you for being part of this wonderful conversation. For you to join us here with Ezekiel, it's not difficult. I am putting a link to join in. Kujoin in unatumia link ambao unatumiwa hapo na Mtembei, unatumiwa hapo na Afric TV, unatumiwa hapo na True TV, unatumiwa pia na Facebook pages za Mtembei na za Afric TV, na of course na za True TV. Ukiclick any of the link, uwashe kamera, uandike jina kama vile Ezekiel ameandika jina, unajikuta uko hapa pamoja na sisi. Ezekiel, habari ya leo? Ningependa tu kukuomba washe mic. Sijui kama nitaweza kuwasha nikiwa hapa, let me try, but unaweza guza tu hiyo mic ambayo iko kando ya jina yako, alafu tuwe na conversation. Asante sana. Habari ya leo Ezekiel?
Nzuri.
Aha. kulingana na wewe bwana Ezekiel, maoni yako ni yapi? Hii deal ambayo ilikuwa ya government to government, unaona kama imemfaidi mwana Kenya kwa njia yoyote iwapo ile?
Sasa hii inaitwa conflict of
Ongeza sauti kidogo niweze kukusikia vizuri.
Inasema kwamba hii ni kufanya serikali nyingine.
Okay. Sasa kulingana na Raila Odinga anasema kuna pesa ambazo zinaporwa katika kila lita moja. Kulingana na yeye, sijafika kucheza hiyo clip lakini nitaicheza. Anasema kwa kila lita moja ambayo Mkenya ananunua, shilingi 30 zinaporwa ama zinapotea kwa sababu ya hii deal. Maana yake kuna so many vitu mingi zimefichwa katika hii deal ama katika hii process ya kuprocure mafuta, ambapo kuna pesa zinapotea. In fact akasema hii deal ni scam, right? Rais naye anadai hii deal si scam, hii deal ni the best thing ambayo ili happen kwa taifa letu la Kenya. Sasa wewe kama mwananchi unahisi kama kuna mtu anacheza mwingine shere? Ni nani anatuchezea hapa? Nani anabonga ukweli kwa hao watu wawili? Ezekiel, can you hear me? Ezekiel, unanisikia? Naona Ezekiel ana itilafu na mshki kiasi, lakini zaidi ya yote Ezekiel, can you hear me? Okay, endelea na kusikia. Jaribu kuweka sauti ili tukusikie wengi ambao wanatutazama wangetamani pia kusikia maoni yako. Wewe unahisi vipi? Je, tumefaidika na hii deal ama hii deal ni wizi kweli inaendelea? Pole, sikusikii vizuri. Najaribu kuona kama itilafu iko maeneo ya kwangu. Okay. Kidogo tu wadau, ladies and gentlemen, I feel you. I feel the challenge I'm having. I hope I can solve it from where I am. Let me do this. Ezekiel, umefungua vitu mbili. Umefungua Facebook, I think, na pia umeingia StreamYard. Sasa ukitaka ili iache kuwa na echo na sauti yako itoke vizuri, mute Facebook. Acha sauti tu ibaki kwa StreamYard, that way itakuwa rahisi. Lakini namuona Benta Obola anasema Kenya the land of corrupt. The land of the corrupt. We, maoni yake hapa Benta, lakini nakushukuru wewe ambaye pia una like hii video. Namuona Benta ame like video. Namuona Jansit, hey, wadau si mna majina kali. Huyu anajiita Jan Sister Kebo, I think nime pronounce correctly. Ame like hii video, lakini zaidi ya yote share na usubscribe pale kwa Africa 24. Africa 24 unaikuta tu hapo YouTube. Ukisubscribe my friend, hii ni channel ambayo wadau hawa jamaa wamejichocha, wamejiachilia, wameamua Wakenya round hii lazima tuwafanye ile kitu. As much as government to government deal ina fail, hapa hawata fail. Why? They are rewarding you. simply by subscribing. Subscribe. I've seen my friend ame login. Pia wewe unaweza login. Let us have a decent conversation. Now the conversation is happening here live, and we are pleased to have one of my brothers, Randall mwenyewe, jamaa kutoka kule UK. Vipi, my brother, good to see you. I hope you are good. I'm good here, but just give me 1 second. I do this. Allow me to ask many to join in. Join in kupitia link ambayo nakutumia hapo. Link inakuja hapo kwa wapi? Kwa comment section. Unaangalia nini? Unaangalia comment. Kwa comment tu utaona zimeingia mingi sana. Nyingi zimeingia nyingi. Zinaingia nyingi. Why? Kwa sababu this has been linked to many other channels. It has been linked to Mtembei TV. It has been linked to True TV. It has been linked to Africa TV. It has been linked to Mtembei Official, Mtembei Facebook. Guza any of the links na unajikuta uko hapa pamoja na Randall na mimi, na tunakuwa na great conversation. We are discussing the whole issue. Among many other things we are discussing is this government to government issue a scam. Ruto says this is the best thing that ever happened to our country. In fact, he says this is an awesome idea. Wow. I'm happy to see Randall. Good to see you, my brother. And good as well to see you, wewe ambaye unajiunga na mimi. Like hii video as much as you can. Randall, karibu sana. Welcome to Africa 24. Washa mic, Randall. Naona Randall amekawia mpaka amesahau mic. Mic iko tu hapo kando ya jina. Oh my. Hiyo ndio challenge. Unawasha mic, unakuta umeguza kamera, inakuchuja kwa studio. So you have to washa mic na uhakikishe hauguzi kamera. So Randall is still there, but ameguza kamera, imemtoa. So you have to asha mic, alafu jikute uko ndani ya studio. Welcome to the show. The show has been on and it's back with a bang. We are doing it this time round slightly different, with a new touch, but of course, as usual, with your one and only your one and only Jex mwenyewe, Jex mzazi ndo huyu, Jex mzazi. Randall namuona amejiandaa, amekunywa tama la maji ama ni kahawa, lakini whatever it is, karibu sana. Good to see you, my brother. How are you? Aha, sauti yako sasa wacha tuisikie. Vipi habari ya kule UK? Baridi jua vipi, kuko waje huko? Atukusikii. Sikusikii. Labda mimi, lakini nadhani ni wewe. Yeah, unaweza toka urudi, lakini unapotoka urudi, wacha nifanye hivi. Wadau, ingia kwa show. Kuingia kwa show nimekueleza ni kupitia link ambayo nimekutumia. Link ambayo unatumia ni hiyo link ambayo iko kwa hapo kwa comment section. Hapo kwa comment section, hiyo link inaingia. Na ikiingia unaitumia kujoin us live. Unaingia live kwa studio. Unafanya nini? Unawasha mic. Unaasha kamera. Alafu unajikuta uko miongoni mwa wale wanabonga na mimi. Naona Randall anang'ang'ana kuweza kuwasha kamera na kuwasha mic ili awe miongoni mwa wale ambao tuna discuss nao. Karibuni sana kwa show. I have missed you guys. It's been a minute, but I'm back and I'm here. And as I've told you, we are better. Nawaambia zile vitu mtaona hapa, man, it can only be at Africa 24. It can only happen here, wadau. It can only happen here. It can only be here. Ni wapi kwingine unaenda, wadau? Unapewa hadi Christmas mapema. Christmas hampers happening live. Zitakuwa napeana, tunakusoma, unapewa yako kwa sababu ya subscribe hapo kwa Africa 24 na utafanyiwa ile kitu. Hao wadau hawataki jokes. Hawataki jokes. Africa TV, they got you. Why? Because here they are unlocking the African story. Hapa ndipo lazima wafanye ile kitu. Africa 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. 24. They are doing that thing. They are unlocking the African story. Tumeanza ku-unlock hii story moja ya government to government. Hii government to government ndio imefanya saizi petrol ni at 217. Dollar iko at 156, 157, 159 depending with where you go exchange. Walidai kwamba issue ilikuwa hakukuwa na dollars. Wakasema tukileta mafuta tukitumia do zetu ama shilling yetu, probably walioshika shilling, rather waliohold dollar watari release kwa market. That hasn't happened. Dollar inazidi kupepea. Blessed are those who are paid in dollars, for they shall enjoy in the land of the living. Because nakwambia msee akitumia dola moja hivi, man, umetoboa life. One of the dreams you should have is to be paid in dollars, but be in Kenya. One of my friends mzalendo atakwambia kutafuta dola ukiwa kwenye dola ziko the more zinakuja the more zinanyonywa, lakini ukiwa hapa unalipwa in dollars, blessed are you in the land of the living. Africa TV, we got you. Africa TV, we are doing it differently. We are making it new, making it brand new. But as usual, Nani, who else to start it off than your favorite host, Jakes, the moderator. Sir Jakes is in the house. Najua mmenihata, mimi nimewahata zaidi. Right? Whatever you are feeling or whatever you felt, I felt it twice. I felt it even the more. But I'm glad to be back. Thank you for the warm reception. Asante kwa wale ambao wametuma ujumbe. Tuma ujumbe hapo kwa comment section. Like hii video. Subscribe kwa Africa TV. Subscribe and win prizes. Subscribe and win prizes. Now, sorry, ninachanganya hizi mambo. You know, the excitement of being back, the excitement of seeing you guys, the excitement of hearing from you makes my heart skip kidogo, na ndio maybe, but ndapata tu. You know me, we got this, we got this. Kujiunga nami kwa studio pamoja na Randall kupitia the links ambao nimekutumia. Right? The links ziko kwa Mtembei TV, Africa TV, Mtembei Official, Mtembei Facebook, Africa Facebook na True TV. Hizo link ukiguza either of the above, ziko kwa message, utauliza subjects, hizi links ziko wapi? Ziko hapo kwa comment section. Ukiguza any of the above, unajikuta uko huku ndani. Huku ndani tunafanya nini? Tuna unlock the African stories. Utakuwa tunawaletea vitu moto moto, so you really don't want to miss, So what do? Ukisubscribe, hit the notification bell, so that tunapopost kitu hot, uko hapo ndani. Uko hapo ndani kupokea mbivu na mbichi yanayojiri, ili usikue wa kupitwa. Usikue wa kupitwa wadau, usikue wa kupitwa. There is a clip I want to play, but before I do that, let me take you back to this. And this was when the oil landed. When it landed, the first thing that Rigiji said, that subsidizing fuel, manze, ilikuwa ufala. Not my words. Listen to Rigiji.
Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua led government officials, including Energy Cabinet Secretary Davis Chirchir, Mombasa Governor Abdul Swamad Sharif Nassir, EPRA Director General Daniel Kiptoo, among others, in receiving the vessels that may hold the key to lower fuel prices.
That strategy of fuel subsidy is foolish because it's not sustainable. And we want to dismiss with contempt those who are calling us and telling us to reinstate subsidizing consumption. It cannot work.
Wadau, wakati Uhuru alikuwa na subsidize, walidai manze, JD man, JD usi subsidize. Why? Una waste do. Wakasema una waste do. Lakini JD walimuita JD kwa sababu walimuita na walimconnect na Kamnyweso, but time ya Kamnyweso fuel ilikuwa affordable. But ile time ambayo tumechange tukasema wacha tulete someone else. Msemanze yeye na pombe kutakuwa na 1 kilometer away and all. But hey, nilisikia msee akidai aje ya kwamba heri ule jamaa wetu akamnyweso, at least fuel ilikuwa affordable. Saa hizi man, hey. naona Adumani, I think I'm pronouncing it correctly, ameingia, and many ambao pia mnang'ang'ana kuingia kwa show si ngumu, na pia kuparticipate kwa show unaweza participate kupitia comment section. Na huyu jamaa anajiita Andumani, mimi namjua kama Ambani lakini zaidi ya yote nitamwita jina ambayo ameamua kujiita. Vipi kaka, habari ya masiku? Nashukuru sana kukuona, furaha ilioje kwangu kukuona kaka. Habari ya leo?
Asante, mzuri ndugu yangu. Umepotea sana.
Siku nyingi kaka, lakini nashukuru Mola na kuona. Uko vipi?
Niko salama.
Aha, za uliko kuko aje?
Busia tuko tunaendelea mzuri. Busia Yesu ni Bwana, tunang'ang'ana na hali ya maisha, lakini tunamshukuru Mungu. Tunamshukuru Mungu kwa sababu ni kama Mungu alitupa hii kikombe hii. Unajua Mungu anaweza kupatia kiongozi yule, anaweza kuwa anaweza kupunish.
So hii ni punishment.
Hii ni punishment. Mungu anaweza kutupa hii. Nataka turudie kwa Mungu, tumuombe Mungu atuondolee hii kikombe. Unajua kuondoa hii kikombe hii.
Lakini bro, tulikosea wapi? Ni wapi tulikosea? Because as much as tunakuwa punished, my friend, tulikosea wapi? Where did we get it wrong?
Sasa unajua mtu akiwa katika kiongozi, Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa kiongozi. Na akatuambia kwamba huyu bwana mnamchagua, lakini mtakuja kujionea. Na sasa tunajionea, kumbe asiyesikia la mkuu huvunjika guu. Sasa tumevunjika guu.
Hapa mkuu kulingana na wewe alikuwa nani? Na miguu najua ni ya Wakenya. Mkuu alikuwa nani hapa?
Mkuu ni Uhuru Kenyatta. Mkuu asiyesikia la mkuu ni Uhuru Kenyatta. Huvunjika guu. Sasa sisi tulikataa kusikia ya mkuu, tumevunjika mguu. Sasa tunayaona haya.
Lakini sasa kuna ile ingine pia inasema ukistaajabu ya Musa. Sasa sijui tumestaajabu ya Musa, tunangoja Firaoni ama tuko kwa season ya Firaoni? Wewe unaona tunastaajabikia wapi sasa? Tuko which level ya
Sasa saa hii unaona saa hii usipostaajabu ya Musa utaona ya Firaoni.
Sasa tuko kwa ya Firaoni ama tunastaajabu bado ya Musa? Bado hatujafika kwa Firaoni.
Hii ya Firaoni mwaka mmoja bado. Unaona mwaka mmoja, miaka 5 bado. Sasa tunayaona ya Firaoni, ile shida wale Israeli walikuwa nayo Misri, na ndio tunaomba Mungu atuondolee hii shida, tuende katika nchi ya ahadi. Tunaona ya Firaoni, hii ya Firaoni ni ngumu sana. Hii ya Firaoni ni ngumu.
Sasa kaka, kulingana na Raila Odinga anasema history ya government to government deal ilikuwa ni scam. Right? Anadai kwamba whatever happened, the deals were not done properly. Right? I don't know if kama kulikuwa hata na kitu inaitwa public participation. Actually, the constitution calls it as a right. We need to participate in some of these dealings before they come into be. Wewe kulingana na wewe kama Ambani kule Busia, hii story ya government to government, Ruto says it's the best thing that happened to our country. Wewe unaona kama ni sawa? In fact, uko kwa border. Sijui Uganda wanadai vipi?
Uganda hata sisi tunatamani kukua Waganda, lakini kwa vile hatuwezi, tunakuwa tu wa Kenya. Umeona, kwa sababu uchumi ya Uganda iko sawa kuliko hii uchumi ya Kenya. Sijui wasomi walienda wapi. Wasomi wanajipiga kifua ya kwamba wanaweza kutengeneza uchumi, na uchumi imewashinda, kwa sababu hela ya Kenya ya Uganda sasa inashinda ya Kenya mara 100. Sasa hata ukienda katika mpaka kununua kitu na pesa ya Kenya, wanakuambia sisi hatutaki hiyo pesa. Lakini zamani pesa ya Kenya ilikuwa kama unaita dola. Muganda alikuwa anaona hiyo pesa anaidhamani sana hiyo pesa ya Kenya, lakini saa hii anakuambia bwana, hiyo pesa haenda badilisha, letea sisi yetu, au wewe kuja nunua vitu na dola. Sasa hii Kenya, pesa ya Kenya imekwisha, yani maarufu imekwisha. Na wale wameangusha hii dola ya Kenya ni wasomi. Unaona, Moi alikuwa na wasomi wakina Ngamasaharia, walikuwa wasomi wale wanaweza kufanya namna gani kuchunga uchumi. Kuchunga uchumi. Lakini saa hii saa hii wenye tulichagua hawa hakuna, ni kujigamba tu, kujipiga kifua wamesoma, lakini usomi yao tuoni. Usomi tunaangalia kwa dola, usomi tunaangalia kwa dola. Kama huwezi kutengeneza dola yako ikakuwa mzuri, we bado ni mjinga. Hiyo usomi yako ulipeleka tu kwa karatasi, lakini kwa akili ya kutengeneza dola hakuna. Sasa unaona ndugu yangu, hii Kenya hii Kenya ni mtu kuiba tu, yani mtu muisi ajui kutengeneza. Ndugu yangu, mtu muisi, mtu mfisadi ajui kutengeneza uchumi. Uchumi itamshinda kwa sababu kazi yake ni kupora, hajui kutengeneza. Kwa sababu inji ni kama biashara, unafanya biashara, inji ni kama unafanya biashara. Hii inafanya namna gani? Inaitwa namna hii, tunaimarisha dola yetu. Lakini hao wasomi wenye wameingia kwa bunge, mimi nasema ni wajinga, kwa sababu dola inaanguka wakiwa wajinga. Dola inaanguka wanaona.
Hapo mwanzo alisema hatufai kukimbishana na dola. In fact, tunafaa tujivunie kutumia shilingi yetu ya Kenya. Hapo mwanzo alianza kusema watu waanze kujifamiliarize na kutotumia dola. Na in fact, kama alisema ni kama anaegemea mrengo wa inaitwa BRICS ama inaitwaje. Lakini sasa leo alisema kwamba pesa za Kenya zilikuwa zinatumika ili kufanya dola iwe na nguvu. Reserves zetu zilikuwa zinatumika visivyo ili kufanya dola iwe na nguvu. Right? Matamshi ya rais nitakuwa nayacheza just now. Lakini kulingana na wewe, shida iko wapi? Unasema vizuri ya kwamba hatuna timu nzuri ambao wako pamoja naye, ambao wanasaidiana naye kufanya kazi nzuri ya kuongoza nchi. So tutafanya vipi ili dola iweze kuimprove, au rather the shilling ipate strength, economy ianze kusonga mbele, mafuta yashuke bei, the cost of living irudi chini? Tutafanya nini? Where are we not getting it right? As you have said, it may be a punishment. So how do we come out of this punishment, my friend?
Sasa unaona, yeye ni daktari, yeye rais ni daktari, lakini anatakana akuwe na mtu wa uchumi. Ana mtu wa uchumi, yeye ni daktari. Daktari hakuna siku amesomea uchumi. Yeye ni rais, daktari rais, lakini yeye ana watu wale wamesomea uchumi. Na kama wako na wale wamesomea uchumi wamezembea kwa kazi yao, inatakana wafutwe, waandike watu wengine wanaweza kufufua uchumi ya Kenya.
Kuwafuta ni triki, kwa sababu juzi tuliona badala ya kuwafuta aliwabadilisha vyeo. Mjamaa anatolewa kutoka sekta moja anapelekwa nyingine. Unaona kama hiyo itasaidia? Probably maybe aliyekuwa amepewa ministry ya tourism kwa sababu ya kubadilishwa, labda ataperform sasa juu ya kupelekwa in a different ministry. Unaona kama hiyo itasaidia? Because as you're saying, he lacks a proper team.
Nani ndugu yangu, hiyo itasaidia kwa sababu hawa ni marafiki wake. Akitaka kutengeneza uchumi awachane na wale marafiki wale wawezi kumjenga, awafute watoke, apatie wengine wale wanaweza kutengeneza uchumi. Kenya iko watu wamesoma wanaweza kutengeneza uchumi, si hawa peke yao. Awafute kwa sababu hawa walimsaidia kutafuta kura, ni marafiki yao. Sasa hao marafiki hata bodaboda wanaweza kutengeneza uchumi mzuri. Hao wenye aliweka kwa kiti si bodaboda, si mama mboga. Mama mboga, unaona wakati anatengeneza uchumi ya mboga yake, anajua hii mboga nikiuza nitaenda kununua mboga nyingine, nimepata faida ya pesa fulani. Lakini hii grupu yake ni katika serikali, ndio wamesoma uchumi, lakini ni wezi. Hakuna siku muisi atatengeneza uchumi.
Sasa kulingana na wewe Ambani, kabla sijakuja kwake Penyagaka, kulingana na wewe, maoni yako ni kwamba kama tungekuwa tumeweka waziri wa fedha akiwa mama mboga, jinsi anavyo manage biashara yake ya nyanya, mboga na kadhalika, angeweza kumanage mabilioni ya pesa kulingana na maoni yako?
Angeweza kumanage kwa sababu tukiangalia ile serikali ya mzee Kenyatta hakuwa na wasomi lakini waliperform. Pesa ya Kenya ilikuwa sawa. Moi hakuwa na wasomi lakini aliweka wale watu wana perform. Sasa yeye hata kichukua hiyo mama mboga mwenye alikuwa anasema boda boda na mama mboga aweke kwa hii serikali. Hii serikali yake atatengeneza dola ya Kenya, pesa ya Kenya itakuwa na maarufu. Lakini akiweka hao wakora tupu, hakuna siku hiyo Kenya pesa ya Kenya itapata maarufu. Hiyo sisi tumekwisha.
Ambani, shikilia tu hapo, naja kwako tu saa hizi.
Asante.
Shikilia tu hapo. Nina maswali kibao. Lakini nina jamaa hapa, jamaa mzalendo, kaka mkongwe, kaka Nyagaka, Fen Nyagaka. Vipi? Nyagaka, umeniweka kwa screen ndio, lakini sijui kama uko hapo ama kwanza umetafuta kombe la maji. Pen Nyagaka. Okay. Kabla Pen Nyagaka hajarejea, acha nirudi kwako Ambani. Ambani, swali ni je, ya kwamba hii deal ambayo government iliingililia, is it worth it ama ni hasara tu, because Uganda wanatishia kutoroka na it is the leading country ambao watu na exportia. Wakitoroka, what happens? What do you think?
Unaona ndugu yangu? Unaona ndugu yangu? Huwezi kufanya na watu wakora biashara. Huwezi kufanya na watu wezi biashara. Biashara huwezi kufanya na watu wakora. Sasa Uganda waliona ya kwamba Kenya wako na ukora mingi. Wameamua kwenda Tanzania kufanya na watu wenye si wakora. Kwa sababu kama hii tenda ya mafuta wangeweka hadharani kila kampuni ya apply alafu wachague. Lakini mbona serikali kaamua serikali kwa serikali? Na hii serikali ndio imejaa watu wakora kabisa. Waweke katika tenda, watu waingie katika tenda, wachaguane. Lakini hii katika serikali kwa serikali ni wakora tupu. That's why biashara huwezi kufanya na mtu mkora. Ndugu yangu, ukifanya na mtu mkora biashara atakupora. Atakupora hata ile uliweka katika biashara itaenda.
Maoni kali ya Ambani. Wacha nisikize Nyagaka, naona amerejea, amejaja. Siku nyingi kaka, brother, sija kuona. Natumai mzima, ubuheri wa afya. Mola anasaidia. Uko vipi kakangu? Siku nyingi kaka, brother, sija kuona. Natumai mzima, ubuheri wa afya. Mola anasaidia.
Habari yako Jex?
Sasa kidogo tu nikusaidie kaka, mute TV ili unisikize direct.
Habari
niko salama. Mute TV. Sasa kidogo tu nikusaidie kaka, mute TV.
Habari. Okay. Sasa mnisikia?
Na kusikia vizuri. Za masiku kaka, uko vipi? Uhali gani?
Hii ndio mahali tunakuja tunashare kila mtu, lakini kuna ingine lakini inataka tu watu ya Azimio na sisi sio watu ya Azimio. Wacha niambie huyu ndugu yangu Ambani kwamba hii ndio serikali wengi wetu tulichagua na inafanya vile inatakikana. Ukiona huyu Tuge amesomea shule mzuri sana. Ndio profesa wamesoma sana. They have only 1 year wamejaribu kutengeneza hii economy for 1 year. For the last 60 years we have had economy of up down. Yani unapatia matajiri pesa alafu wanapatia wale ambao hawana pesa. Sasa hii serikali vile President Ruto amesema ni kupatia watu ya chini pesa iende juu. It has only been tried for 1 year. Ile ingine tumefanya for 60 years. One wonders what kind of economics do we have? Economies we have in Kenya. Because there are only 2 economics economics theories that are practiced in the Western world. Bottom up and top down. Top down bottom up ni ile ambao ilisaidia Europe after the Second World War, imesaidia South Korea, Malaysia, Singapore. They are tested. na manyumba ile Ruto amejaribu kutengeneza. That is how the economies of the Western, Asian tigers rose up. So what do you really expect? Sasa wanasema ati watu wameiba mafuta ya huyu mama. Huyu mama hana hata address, hana anything. And Raila gives theories ya kwamba wametanganywa, wameibiwa, serikali imefanya hivi na vile. No. We saw what Raila ran the country for from 2018 to 2022. They ran the economy dry and bankrupted everything. This is the same guy who is trying to tell us what we need to do. Okay. My friend, Jakes, let us go 4 years. Because the constitution ya Kenya 2010 imeandikwa kwamba wale ambao watashinda kura watakaa huko for 5 years. Alafu, even in 4 years, hatuja change anything in our economy inaendelea kuwa mbaya, then you can kick them out. You can vote them out na vote the new government in. Lakini government ya kusema mumeibiwa, you're a bunch of losers. Kwa sababu all these people who are criticizing this government today are the same people who supported ODM last year.
Okay.
But lakini they have never done anything. They are running around behind this government to criticize it. Watafanya nini? What have the ODM and Asmios and everybody, have they initiated what they will do different? No. They're only running behind this government to say wameiba. No proof. Huyu mama, the last one, 17 billion.
Nyagaka mgala muwe lakini haki yake mpe. Wakati this tender was being signed, these were the words used then, that we will stop using the dollar to purchase the fuel, number one. Number two, the government-to-government procurement strategy would help lower that. Those were the words. Help lower the fuel prices, eventually help lower the cost of living. That was the narrative then. Beautiful, well crafted. But fast forward, the reverse is what is happening. The fuels are going up. Let me ask you, I don't know, is the price coming down where you are? I'm not sure. Maybe I need to ask so that we really compare notes.
Jakes, vis-a-vis the government of Kenya, vis-a-vis who they were addressing, it will have to come down eventually. Mtoto asaliwe that day anamea meno anatembea anakimbia. No, it will come down eventually. Government to government takes time. That's why the prices are higher, even if the oil has gone down, because they signed the deals when the oil was up. And now Nasikia, they are trying to introduce a mini budget about to lower the prices. Let us give them that time. Because you cannot have a baby today and you are crying that it is not running, it is not doing this, it is not doing that. Government to government, all these other theories takes time. They just don't happen immediately. If Ramashamba Ruto said that it will come out immediately, then that's a mistake, a very big mistake. But it will take time.
Mashamba.
Huyu ni wangu. Damuita yule bila nataka.
Go on.
So if they said that they will come down immediately, hiyo ndio makosa. Lakini mimi najua vile niliwaambia, the economies ambayo ni ya kutoka chini kwenda juu, it will take time. And what this government has done wonderful is firing everybody with any smell of corruption. And that's the only way we can assure we can assure that this government will succeed and all the prices will come down. Because like yesterday, all these people that were fired, we didn't even know them, but they were let go because of corruption. And
now let me ask you, Nyagaka, how is it fair, or where is justice once you have fired someone, yet you haven't made effort to retrieve what you have alleged they have stolen, number one. Number two, to make sure that it doesn't happen again, because if the worst that can happen to anyone is just being fired, many will continue stealing. So how is firing someone a measure in curbing corruption? Just firing, nothing else. We don't see the DCI being involved. We're not seeing them being prosecuted. They're not being taken to court. How is it that just firing them, according to you, is a step in the right direction in the war against corruption?
Number one, it really sends a very bad smell. Kwa sababu ukiiba utakuwa fired. Lakini let us assume, others sijaona hiyo, but let us assume that they go through the court process.
Yeah.
Ambao itasaidia if there is any compensation, if there is any serving of time, that will go through. But firing for firing sake, it doesn't add up anything. Hapo ninakubali na wewe. Lakini if they go through any court process, because that's what they have to go through. Because you cannot say that I stole and you fire me and you cannot prove anything. That's wrong in and of itself too. So let us assume that they will have to go through the court process, which has been established very well. And that will show who took what and what kind of compensation that we need from them.
Fair enough, Nyagaka, but think about it. We live in a country where this president will fire them, but the next president will employ them. So how is it still justice by the end of the day? How is it even fair? Because we have seen people Uhuru Kenyatta fired in his regime, having been appointed in this regime. So even though they have been fired now with allegations of corruption, what really helps us believe that they will not be employed again? Because it is happening. Every president will come, want to prove the other president that he was wrong. So he will either change the policies, as we have seen Ruto try to do, employ the people that the other president or the other regime sacked, reward those who seemed to have been punished by the previous regime. So how is this firing now? How will it benefit us? How is it a fight against corruption? How is it?
You're asking a very good question, except you are giving a very wrong answer. We saw from 2018 to 2022.
I'm not even answered.
Where,
I'm asking you.
No. Let me react to what you say. We have seen from 2018 to 2022 where the previous regime was firing people that were differing with them. That's the only thing they did. Not anything else that they did. If you differed with them, then they will fire you, that they will, like Rigathi Gachagua, they will throw you to court, and all this other crap. That was nonsense in and of itself. But we could not go anywhere. If, for example, that's why I said the court process. How can the court process be compromised by the present government? Some of us don't believe in that, just as much as we don't believe that EO elections may be one. How can somebody cry 10 times that I may be one? Right now, instead of focusing who is going to be the next IBC, they are focusing on the wrong things, rolling the prices, rolling this and that. My friends, these are the theories of your government of the future. Because, Babu, even these people who are sitting in the bombers of Kenya are wasting their time. Rolling the prices is a policy of a government of the day. And that will continue from there. But these are the people who signed the deals with the previous government, who want to sign the deals with these people. This is not a democracy. This is a high-else thinking and nonsense. Because some of this is
I'll be coming to you because you raise interesting sentiments. I'll be coming to you. But I'm sure Ambani hakubaliani na wewe because unasema kwamba tupe hii serikali muda. Ambani imekuwa muda wa mwaka mmoja. Hata kama ilikuwa mimba, sasa huyo mtoto ashazaliwa. Mbona hakuna dalili ya kitu ambacho kimezaliwa na hii serikali? Because wanasema dalili ya mvua ni mawingu, ama siku njema huonekana asubuhi. Mbona hatuoni dalili ama ishara ya kuwa siku zijazo, hata kama bado hazijaanza kukaa vyema ama vizuri, ama the correct word labda sina, lakini mbona hakuna dalili ama ishara ya kwamba soon things will be okay? Mbona? Kwa nini? Why do you think it's so? Despite Nyagaka says the constitution has given them 5 years, so it's only 1 year, so we should expect good things in 4 now that 1 is gone. So what do you think? Maoni yake Nyagaka.
Sasa unaona ndugu yangu, Hii serikali dalili ya mvua ni mawingu.
Mhm.
Kwa mwaka mmoja hakuna kitu wamefanya.
Okay.
Na ile wakati ya Kibaki within mwaka mmoja hiyo watoto walikuwa wameenda shule, mambo inaanza kutendeka. Lakini hata hii serikali hata barabara hata kilomita moja sidhani kama wametengeneza. Sidhani na tena sidhani kama wametengeneza, kwa sababu hii serikali ni ya kukula mwananchi. Hii serikali ni ya kukula mwananchi, ndugu yangu. Kama huyu mambo ya mafuta hii, huyu mama alikuwa aliexport mafuta yake huyo, wakachukua yeye na gari, wanafunga yeye macho, wanapeleka wanasungusha yeye na Subaru. Mbona wako kumpeleka kotini? Kwa sababu huyu ndugu yangu anaamini mambo ya koti. Mbona wako kumpeleka kotini? Unaona ndugu yangu, so hii serikali hii iko kitu inaficha, na ni serikali ya wakora tupu. Hakuna kitu ile wanataka raia wajue. Wanasema tutapunguza hii, maisha itakuwa ngumu. Sijui mahali huyu ndugu yangu anaishi, sijui anaishi ng'ambo, anaishi Kenya, kwa sababu Kenya akifika kwa ground, hata wabunge niliona kwa taarifa hapa kwa simu ya kwamba hata Murkomen alifukuzwa kwao nyumbani, kwa sababu ground iko mbaya. Labda wakiwa huko juu waoni kama ground iko mbaya, wanaona tu mambo ni mazuri. Mambo si mazuri hapa chini, mambo si mazuri. Mwananchi anataka maisha irudi chini, anataka ugali ikuwe kwa meza, anataka pesa ikuwe kwa mfuko. Lakini hao badili ya kutengeneza uchumi wanaongeza. Kibaki wakati aliingia kuongeza kitu, alienda na hiyo uchumi ya kawaida, ile uchumi ile alipata moyo akiwa nayo alitengeneza. Lakini hawa hakuna kitu wanatengeneza, ni mdomo tu, wanapiga tu mdomo, Kiingereza mingi wanapiga mdomo tu, lakini hakuna kitu ile wanafanya. Mimi nikiwa hapa mwananchi wa chini kabisa, hakuna kitu wanafanya. Hata tukiwapatia miaka 5 miaka 5 hii tukiwapatia, hakuna ile kitu watafanya ya maana.
Kwa hivyo wewe huoni haja ya 5 fresh?
5 gani? Hii tano hata ni ya kufumilia. Hii sijui kama watachukua hiyo serikali. Hii serikali inakuja miaka ingine, hakuna hiyo serikali watachukua. Ni tu wako nayo wakule na kusaza, na kusaza kwa hii serikali. Lakini ile inakuja hiyo, hakuna mtu atawapatia kura, labda watumie mbinu zingine, kwa sababu wanakuanga na zile mbinu.
Matamshi kama hayo ambayo uko nayo ndio yaliyokuwa matamshi ya wana UDA wakati ambapo walihisi ya kwamba Uhuru Kenyatta haperform. In fact walisema Uhuru maliza uende. Sasa wewe unasema Ruto maliza uende. Serikali ambayo itakayokuja, assurity uko nayo ipi ya kwamba hiyo serikali hiyo ita fulfill desires zako wewe kama mpigaji kura ama mwenye ambaye ataipigia kura? Ni nini itakufanya uhisi kana kwamba kweli hiyo serikali ikikuja itatimiza pledges zao, campaign promises and all, na haitakuhadaa, haitakuwa ya kukupa promises za hewa? What will give you that assurity?
Kwa sahi, kwa hiyo serikali hii hatuna matumaini ilikuja. Unajua, kama kwa siku 100 wangetuonyesha dalili, wanaweza kufanya hii na hii na hii, lakini hakuna dalili. Hii ni kumuomba tu Mungu, kama alitupanish atuondolee hii kikombe, hiyo kikombe atuondolee kabisa, tupate ile serikali ile inaweza kujali maslahi ya mwananchi. Lakini hii serikali haijali maslahi ya mwananchi. Tena hii serikali kwa inasema ya mama mboga, ya bodaboda. Hii serikali si ya mama mboga na bodaboda, ilikuwa tu kudanganya watu waingie katika mamlaka. Once wakishaingia katika mamlaka, kwisha. Unajua Kenya sasa hii mtu hata akiingia katika mamlaka ni kujipiga kifua na kuongea ile wanajua. Lakini Biblia inasema ya kwamba kuna mwanzo na mwisho. Kila kitu kina mwanzo na mwisho. Na sasa hii sisi tunafanya namna gani? Sisi wananchi wa chini tunaumia. Na hawa hii yetu sasa hii inatulamba. Lakini hawa watalia na kusiaga meno. Biblia inasema watalia na kusiaga meno. Iko siku yaja watalia na kusiaga meno. Wacha, kwa vile Wakenya tunajua kuvumilia, tutavumilia. Lakini tunamwombea Mungu ya kwamba kama Mungu litupatie hii serikali, hii kikombe utuondolee. Hiyo kikombe ni kali sana, ituondolee.
Nyagaka, I come to you now. according to Ambani, this is a form of punishment. Whatever we are going through, it's kind of a punishment. Others are saying it's because the ignorant voter is being punished because of his ignorance, because of falling for empty promises, because for falling for only words but lack of action. Now, as per you, do you agree with the sentiments that this truly is a reward for an uneducated voter or an uninformed voter or a voter that falls for euphoria and the heat of the moment only to learn that he was being swindled and being lied to by this crafty politician? What do you think, sir? Is it a form of punishment?
All right, Jakes, then no, this is not punishment. This is the government, the way it should function. Of course, that's we agree. Hapo tumeagria ya kwamba ni ngumu. It's not easy. That's why I said that we need at least 3 to 4 years to change everything. Yes, ambani vile umesema, I live outside the country and I travel a lot. Na hiyo kama hapo airport ndio kitu mbaya sana, kwa sababu you know, in the 80s when I used to go through a lot, when they try to tax you on the issue, on the things that you have, and you know, so you will ask them, why you didn't touch that white man? He just passed through me, and you in ISID sana, kwa sababu I go everywhere in the world, lakini you don't go through what you go through in Nairobi. Lakini kwa serikali, kurudi kwa serikali, that's exactly what some of us wanted, is to reorganize, and it is not going to take easy. Kwa sababu, for example, in America, when Obama came to president, not even one Republican voted for his economic theory. Na ilikuwa ngumu, and some of them will say propaganda kwamba the money Obama is trying to raise, is trying to send it to help these Africans. We saw Clinton do the same thing, but within 3 years, he had raised enough money for the car dealers to pay back the money that Obama had loaned them. So that what I say that I emphasize to ndugu yangu Jakes, ni kwamba if we do away with corruption itself, the government of Kenya will be okay. Will really have to add vile nani amesema, vile Ruto amesema, so that let us first deal with corruption. Let us deal with the economy. Pesa kwenda juu sio kitu mbaya. If we had anything to sell, we would want our money to go to even $200 to a shilling, vile the Chinese or the Indians are doing. But kwenda juu, everybody's crying that the dollar is too high. For what? If the dollar is low, it is them that benefit, not us. So that when we look at the economy at the larger picture, macro, hiyo dollar kwenda juu sio kitu mbaya, lakini let us look at the immediate effect right now. Ni kibaya kwa sababu people have nothing to sell. Now is when we are looking for markets for coffee to refinish our products back in Kenya and then sell them. So that is a long-term strategy. And the Ruto is doing exactly that.
But why does it seem as though he's getting almost everything wrong? You know, there's nothing he's doing that at least is rubbing the people well, like they are able to see that at least they have fruit.
No, Jakes,
that he has to even make phone calls to few people only to prove a point, but it doesn't really reflect the issues on the ground. Because when he gave the speech at the State of the Nation, or when he addressed the nation, really he didn't bring out issues to show us that truly we are making progress, like the economy is doing well, like his ideas like this of government to government is bearing fruit. So why is it that the ordinary Mwananchi, you and I yet to feel, to reap from what, as you rightfully said, you voted for, or rather you campaigned, or rather you advocated for this government? Why is it that you are still as well struggling to, one, either praise what it's doing or really bring in a more elaborate, clear way what the government is doing? Why is it difficult for you? Because you're unable to really say our government has been able to construct this number of roads. In terms of kilometers, it has been able to open this number of new facilities in terms of hospitals, in terms of marketplaces, in terms of schools, in terms of refurbishing the airport. As you rightfully say, it's becoming an embarrassment. It's a leaky airport where tourists and yourself, when you come to Kenya, people harass you, like you're not proud that you have come home after maybe staying so many years back there. Wewe umekuja umejaza bag marashi na manukato, unasimamishwa pale, and then you're embarrassed at your home soil. Is this what we really championed for as UDA? Is this what Azimio will use to really hammer Ruto down and eventually make him be a one-term president? Make me understand, my brother.
No, Jakes, really nimesema. I mean, you would have to be blind or ignorant not to see that the government is dealing with a lot, and it has a lot of problems already. Wamba, that's why I gave you the Obama example or Clinton example, because the economy is so bad that to change it, you have to raise certain amount of money, and that does not come easily from the common manage. So that's why I said earlier, let us give us at least 4 years, 3 years. Vile wamesema ni 5 years, ni 4 years in the park. Vile nimesema nimekubali na wewe James na Andami ya kwamba if this continues to that level, then we'll have to be voted out. We are a democracy. Let us not just assume that ukiwa democracy ni immediately. A democracy means it takes time. No, so if it takes time for us to change anything, we'll have to take time to change this. Lakini vile ambani amesema, if the audio, I mean, if they would have said that everything had to change immediately, then they were wrong completely. It has to take time. Na vile nimesema, and I will continue to emphasize, there are only 2 economic theories. Moja ni kutoka juu kwenda chini, na ingine ni kutoka chini kwenda juu. Even the Democrats in America, they practice bottom-up economics, and the Republicans practice top-down economics. And those are very simply different theories that goes into effect, so that it can change the life.
I agree with you, and I don't know if you had my question. What is it that, despite those beautiful, well-crafted theories, whether bottom-up, trickle down, side to side, whatever method, center to front, whatever theory, why is it that Mwananchi is yet to feel, despite the theory, is it just a theory as it is, as you call it, a theory, not to be tested, not to be seen to really bear fruit, really?
Jakes, that's why I said that all this takes time. They will have to take time. It can't be immediately. Your questions allude to. If anybody tells you that it will be immediately, I'm not in that. I will not accept that. It will take time. And the corruption, wakitoa hiyo corruption kwa system. Vile umeniambia James, yani kufuta kwa watu just to fire them doesn't mean anything. Really. Let them go through the court system. Alafu we clean our own. Vile wamefanya huko Asia, vile wamefanya. This is not a new theory. These are theories that have been practiced before. We are just going through them as a people right now. But they have been practiced before. When the guy in Singapore was putting even his brother in jail, people realized that these people are different and they are genuine in what they are doing. Hiyo tukienda hiyo bahari, it will take time, but we will have to solve the issue. But immediately, hiyo huwezi kuargue na wewe na Ambani na anybody that we should have just done this immediately. Hala haina baraka, hata wazee wanasema. So we have to take time.
Hamna dalili yoyote ya kwamba kutakuwa na any ishara ya baraka anytime soon. Hata kama
sisi tumeona dalili, ndugu yangu sisi wengine tumeona dalili na dalili inaonekana mzuri sana. nyingi wengi wenu ambao were practicing were already criticizing Ruto. I mean, at that time, wanaendelea ku criticize. So that is the whole deal. That's the problem that we are having today. You know, wale ambao hatukumu criticize, tunaendelea kusema aendelee vile alisema.
Okay. So kulingana na Nyagaka, as I come to Kenya Rebel before I come back to Ambani, because I really have a lot of questions. But above all, you guys, nilikuwa nimewahata, karibuni sana. I've really missed you, but as much as nimewamiss, the show must begin. This is the very first day we are doing it, and we're doing it courtesy of Africa TV. Now, each TV ni TV moja fit, TV moja moto, TV ambao ukisubscribe to hivi, you stand a chance to win grand prizes, including a nice voucher. Moto, voucher nono. Imagine hii economy mtu akuchape ka voucher. Only for subscribing. Man, I long to be you. But anyway, government to government. Now let me talk to my friend Kenya Rebel. Naona nywele bado ipo, haijakuwa affected na government to government deal. How are you, my friend?
Mzuri Jake. It's nice to see you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Nice. Hey, hiyo nimesikia uko na theory yako ya side to side theory. Sasa sijui hiyo ni nasikia leo.
Unajua Nyagaka is trying to say that bottom up will work because trickle down failed. So my question was, it doesn't matter the theory, whether up, down, size, or it doesn't really matter. The issue is why are we not seeing the effect of any of the theory, whether trickle, whether bottom, whatever the theory.
I will tell you why, but I wanted to speak about the government to government deal. It was actually a good idea by Ruto when he started. Remember, the reason why it was a government to government deal is because Ruto wanted to use the Kenyan shillings. Sindio, nakumbuka?
Correct.
Yes. And people who don't understand the currency wakaanza kumcheka ati sasa Kenya pesa ya Kenya ni nini, it's worthless, nini. But you know, he knew something that most people don't know. The world is dumping the dollar. Watu wanafikiria ati dollar is powerful. The US dollar is worthless. In 1971 under Nixon left the gold standard. If you know what the gold standard is that kitambo, before 1971, the US dollar, kama ulikuanga na dola moja, it represented a percentage of gold. Ulikuwa unaweza kwenda kwa Federal Reserve, unaambia niko na dola moja, hebu nipatieni gold yangu. You understand? So it was backed by gold. But vile alitoka hapo, this money didn't mean nothing. Yani, the dollar was worthless. It's not backed by anything. So what the US decided, wakasema hivi, for every oil transaction, ndio maana it's called the world reserve, the world reserve currency. Any transaction ambayo inafanywa ya mafuta, it will be bought by US dollars. Ndio maana unaona everywhere they usually measure everything into US dollars. Unaona? So Ruto, since most countries wameanza kusema mazee, you know, kuna watu walikuwa wanasema mazee, that's unfair, sisi tutafanya biashara yetu in our own currency. And I'll give you example of Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein alisema, before atolewe, alisema ati I want to transact, uza mafuta yangu in euros. US dollars, US wakamwambia no, wakamtoa. Anyway, now you see all the BRIC nations are dumping the dollars. Even the Saudis are saying tutaanza kuuza mafuta yetu in our own currency. Hatutaki kutumia dollar because the dollar is worthless. It's losing its value. It's nothing. Because it depended on the Federal Reserve. But anyway, so Ruto akasema hivi, hata unakumbuka hiyo speech that went viral on TikTok, akasema if you're holding US dollars, I would advise you to not hold them because hii kitu dollar inaenda chini. People are dumping it. That's why he got into that deal in Kenyan shillings. Because even though Kenyan shillings is not that strong, hiyo deal angeimake na Saudi Arabia. Ingekuanga stable. We don't have to pay, besides the interest, tungelipatia hiyo amount ambayo tumesikizana na Saudi Arabia. But once Ruto did that, I don't know if you remember, Meg Whitman alisema mazee hiyo deal hiyo no. Akapigia simu Ruto akamwambia, what are you trying to do? Tutakutoa hapo hivyo. I'm just paraphrasing, but basically the US came out and said that it will be better if they use the US dollar. Now, Ruto was forced to use the US dollar to transact. Akaenda renegotiate in dollars now. Now, Jake umejua, you watch the forex exchange. How we are, because since we are pegging our Kenyan shillings on the US dollar, you see how we are losing value. The Kenyan shilling is losing value against the dollar.
Correct.
Which means with time, because hii mafuta tunanunua, we are not going to pay it at once. We are going to pay for the next 3-5 years, whatever the deal is. Now, we know how the dollar fluctuates. It's not stable. Leo, jana ilikuanga sijui 138 shillings per $1. Leo ni sijui 149, sijui nini. So in 10 years, itafika hata 300. Na ikifika 300 per $1, that means ile pesa tutalipa Saudi Arabia itakuwa nini? It will be very high. So once Ruto renegotiated the deal in dollars, it affected the prices of mafuta. But that's not an excuse, because the real culprit is the government, the companies ambao walichukua hiyo tender ya kununua hiyo mafuta from the Saudis, because those are the guys who are inflating the price up. Ndio maana unaona Museveni akasema hii upuzi, I'll take my oil, I'll transport my oil through Tanzania. So part of the problem is that Ruto, you remember, Jakes, I used to sit here and tell you guys, Ruto and Raila are both puppets. They take their orders from the West, and the economy will never change because we are under colonialism. Atujui, but we are under it. So but anyway, it was also interesting that Itumbi posted that on a Twitter tweet of Itumbi about that. Raila and his brother, Raila, his son and his brother wako na kampuni yake, kampuni ya mafuta, they have shares there, and that's another theory. But anyway, just to summarize my ninyo yangu, the real problem is the companies ambao that won the tender to buy oil from the Saudis on behalf of Kenyan government, because hao ndio watu wanaleta sijui njeri na sijui nini na wanaongeza bei ya mafuta hapa katikati wanatu enjoy. So that's what the government has to address. And lastly, hii mambo ya Raila kusimama pale anatoa press conference kila siku akisema ati sijui ati we need to know who is procured the whatever. Ruto today said, that information is public. Raila, do your homework. But Raila, I could see he was listening to Sifuna akiongea Mbadi anamwambia sema hivi, Sifuna anamwambia sema hivi, so he doesn't know what he's talking about. Anyway, go ahead.
Now, let's go to this government to government deal. Let me begin from where you started. You said that it was a perfect idea. Now, if you remember, it had three guys, or rather 3 companies, or 3 organizations, or whatever it was, that had qualified. It wasn't an open tender system. Now, how comes we have the likes of Angeri able to bring fuel worth 17 billion? As much as they don't look like it, but anyway, I don't know how people who will, as it was a meme, I don't know how people with billions look like, but because even those with hundreds, I don't know how they look like. So that's a joke for another day. So now my issue is, how comes that we are even having private or individual suppliers having an ability to bring their own fuel or oil or whatever it is they are bringing, despite it not being an open tender system? It was a government to government. Where did she get it? How did she, like, those are the questions that we are now asking ourselves, right? As much as now the government is saying it is not hers, the issue is someone has already bought it from
the ones and that's where we can
someone has already bought it, regardless of who owns it now that is in Kenya. Someone paid for it when it was coming from wherever it came from. So why is it now that we are having the likes of Angeri coming in, yet we were having government to government? Why the loopholes in all these agreements?
Yes, that's why I'm saying Hapo ndio we can look at the government and ask these questions, and we should do this through the legislative body. Bring the Minister of Energy or whatever the case is, akuja aulizwe maswali with these senators and members of parliament. Waulize, why is this? Because if it's government to government, the only people that should buy this mafuta from the Saudis and the United Arab Emirates are the companies that actually got into the contract with the government to buy this mafuta on the behalf of the Kenyan government, okay? And not the Angeris of this house. So that's a good question. And that's why I'm saying the government is complicit in this crime. That's, I agree with Raila there. Hapo tunataka kujua ukweli. Hao wakina Njeri, hii mafuta imetoka wapi? And if it's government, mbona Njeri, is she part of the, was she acting on behalf of these companies that were given the authority that won the tender of the government to buy this mafuta from the Saudis? That's a good question. So that's where the question is. I agree with Maru.
The other thing I need to ask you, this tender, as much as it's a government to government, could we be seeing the NYS issue being played here? You remember the NYS, how it was? A mere salonist was accused of billions of shillings. Here is another unknown woman who even her own mother says she was shocked that her own daughter is rich. Are we using a dummy? Proxies. Is Anjeri a dummy like Akina Kabura? But the real culprit is these people in government?
Of course, there's a good possibility of that. To Tumejua Kenya, that's how they play it. The real culprits are always behind the scene. But Tunaikawatuka and Njeri, I call them useful idiots. Unawatumia so they can do the bidding for the real criminals. That's why I'm saying the government, if they are being honest with this, okay? Not even the government, the legislative body, the senators, they are supposed to be doing oversight. Call upon the government, the minister, and get down on this, get down to the bottom of this, where we say, hey, hii mafuta imetoka wapi, and who is really behind that? But nobody's doing that because guess what? Kila mtu anakula. These people are making billions, if not trillions, of Kenyan shillings. You saw just yesterday, was it Mike Sonko who was brought to court and the EACC failed to show up in court on his case here in New? So how do you expect, if they can't bring Mike Sonko, who everyone and his 2-year-old knows is corrupt, we can't get Mike Sonko. Do you expect these oil tycoons, Wakora, to be arrested? No, everyone is eating, and everyone is eating on the UDA side, the government side, and also Azimio side. Usifikirie ati Raila amesimama hapo kwa sababu ati sijui he's clean as pamba. They're all in it.
Now, let me ask you another question that really bogged my mind. They said that the reason as to why the oil does not belong to Anne is because most of the documents she had were forged. Let's assume that's correct, right? Okay. But there is the subject matter, the oil. The oil is not in a different country. It's already here in Kenya. It was already bought. With or without the documents, currency was used. Currency is never fake. Currency was used. Who is it? Anne that paid? What makes these documents disqualify Anne?
Jake, currency can be fake.
Because I think what they should be saying, the oil is illegal, not the documents. Because I have no problem with the even if she had a whole roll like how Azimio had during the court case, even if she had a whole roll of documents, right, proving ownership, that really does not make the oil illegal or illegal, right? Because by the end of the day, the documentation really, does it change? Because now they were saying the oil belongs to so and so. Anne says this oil is mine. But the question is, who paid? Can we be able to go back, like to go to where this oil was bought? Who paid for it? Was it Anne?
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. That's why I'm saying we need a Senate hearing on that, so we can get down to that. And by the way, Jake, currency money can be faked. I don't know if you heard about the 490 trillion fake dollars.
Yeah, I saw it.
So anything can be faked in Kenya.
No, but then again, We are talking of crude oil. We are talking of oil. The people who have it, the countries, the Arabs, wherever this oil was from, I am sure. Let's imagine they are not well informed of the fake currency, but I'm sure they know how to check that once trade is happening, they're able to tell that the currency we are receiving is genuine, the oil we are giving to Anne is correct, and that's why Anne is able now to ship the oil from wherever source, right? The government has no problem with the shipping. The government has no problem with the seller. The government only has a problem with the buyer, simply because the buyer has fake documents. Correct, that is correct. The fact that I have a fake receipt, does it mean the money I used to purchase whatever I have was fake? Number one. From the where I bought, does it mean the person equally gave me something, fully aware that the documents I was giving were fake and my money was fake? So honestly, I even my question, but I know you understand. Why is it that we are blaming Anne at the tail end, but we're not willing to go back even from the origin of this fuel?
Yeah, because sometimes, Nani, you should remember also, the oil might be not even from Saudi Arabia. Maybe it's from Nigeria. Maybe from Cambodia or somewhere. Because I watched the document
from whatever source, but
exactly.
It had a seller. It had a seller.
Yes, and that's why I was trying to say there's a case where Russia was buying oil from Nigeria actually, since when they were facing sanctions. So what I'm trying to say is this: the person who brought this oil that was working with Jerry, okay, he probably is somebody who is higher ups in the government or has connection with the government, okay? Because as you rightfully say that they only have problems with the documentation. Nobody is questioning where the oil came from, okay? So it is right, as you have mentioned, we should go back to where we should ask her, hii mafuta umetoa wapi? Where did it come from? Where did you buy it? Okay? Where did this thing ship? The shipping document, the shipping company, okay? The ship that brought this mafuta. Where the documentation of this ship? Can we trace where this ship came from? When was the last part that it came from? These are the questions that they should be asking at the Senate, but nobody is asking that.
17 billion is not 10 shillings you put in your pocket. You know, there is a bank somewhere. There are ways, there are documents that were used to show the chain of transaction. There are documents. I'm sure there are documents. Now, how comes it has two owners and it is only Jerry that is being prosecuted? And why is it that we have to use a very crude method of getting information from her? We have to abduct her, we have to cover her eyes, we have to take her to an unknown location. It's almost like torturing her to like abandon, or rather say otherwise, and rather say the oil is not hers. Why is it that the government is using such tactics if truly Anne has a case, right? Why do you think that is?
Jake, I wish you were working as a senator, because you're asking all the right questions. Unfortunately, you're asking the wrong person. No, I'm serious. I'm serious, because the government will not audit itself. Okay, they know that something is fishy, but where is the public outrage? And if there's an outrage, what's the right channel of channeling this anger so that we can get answers from the government? As I said, our senators are sitting pretty in Senate. Those are the people who should be doing oversight. What are the senators doing? Wako huko ninio sijui NADCO wanaongea mambo ya sijui bringing the ninio prices down. Wengine niliwaona huko sijui wanatoa press conference na Raila. These are the questions that we should be asking, but we are not. We are asking it on Mutembei. So what do you think is going to happen? Hii story itaisha tu hivyo, itafunikwa, and then we shall until the next scandal. So to answer your question, you're asking the same question that I would also like to ask the government. Unfortunately, there's no one we can hold accountable here in Mutembei. They're not here. Jakes, I know you have a lot of...
One more question,
yes,
sir. Now, this government
Yes.
came in and truly sold this idea that it will not subsidize consumption. Fantastic. That was fantastic. But if you look at factors of production, even today, I don't know how you will assume oil or fuel or crude oil, whatever you want to call it. I don't know how you'll assume it as not being one factor of production. What do you think informed the government to only subsidize fertilizer, despite it say that we were in a dry spell, like rather the country was suffering from drought and all, but it still went ahead and subsidized fertilizer. Now we are even having floods, but it's still blowing its trumpet on fertilizer as a factor of production. But then again, there's this elephant in the room, fuel, because once it rises, it doesn't matter how much fertilizer you bring in the country. Seeds have to be transported. The fertilizer as well has to be ferried. Crops or the harvest has to be transported from the farms to the consumer. How will it not still affect the price by the end of the day? Yet, we are not subsidizing consumption. We are subsidizing production. How is it? Kindly, as a layman, help me understand. How is it that fuel, despite it rise to the levels it's rising, that the government is not bothered? In fact, the other words that he used the other day is that his hands are tied.
Yes.
Why is it not a bother to him or to the government? Why is it not a bother?
This is what I think, and I'll answer this because I have to go somewhere in 2 minutes, and I will be back. Jake, don't leave this Simalize program Narudi. But anyway, I wanted to say this. Number one, I usually refer to there's 2-3 months ago, Cheragay was in Spice FM, and they asked him the same question on Spice FM, and he said that under the recommendation of the IMF, they were told, the Ruto government was told not to subsidize mafuta. Okay, so I connected it with, remember David D. I don't know if you follow David D. He told us that we are under SAP, Structural Adjustment Program, by the IMF. Okay, they get to tell you what products you can subsidize, what products you can grow, who you do business with. So, that's why I tell you, we are under colonization. But let me go again on the subsidizing fertilizer for production. I don't have a problem with that. Actually, it's a good idea because the whole idea of subsidizing fertilizer was to make it cheap for the farmers. So it can encourage farmers to grow more, mimea, so we can have a good harvest and pay unga to go down, right? But the problem is that when the Russian gave us the free whatever fertilizers, the government turned around and started selling it. Okay, so the idea was wonderful as far as subsidizing fertilizer to encourage production, because if you encourage production, mtakuwa na pesa chakula mingi ambayo you don't have to worry about the drought and whatever. But as far as the mafuta, again, it goes back to IMF. That's why I usually maintain. And people, when I tell people Kenyans this, we don't listen. I'll give you a last example. Look at Burkina Faso with Ibrahim Traore. He has been in power for 3 months, escaped 5 assassination attempts. Burkina Faso is the 4th fastest growing economy in the world right now. Why? They kicked out the IMF, they kicked out the US, they kicked out the French, they kicked out everyone, and they took control of their country's resources. Na huko ukiiba, unachinjwa. Hapa ukiiba, when a millionaire, you can run for president or you can run for MP. So our problems come down to this. Before I leave you, I'll be back later. Hopefully we won't finish the program, because I have to finish something. But anyway, to finish the program, my point. Corruption, number one. Ioni number one. Go listen to Jimmy Wanjigi. How much you pay for SGR. My goodness. Make it a topic for later or today. We can talk about that. It's na hiyo mambo SGR ilianza na Kibaki. I had somebody Ambani talk about Kibaki helped the economy. Kibaki started all this nonsense, okay, after Moi. Actually, yeah. He started well, alafu he veered off. Nani Uhuru took over the baton, akaendelea na hiyo corruption na hii bei ya kila kitu. Now Ruto is on steroids now. Anapeleka vitu juu. So I'm telling you, Kenya, we are still colonized economically. Jex, I will be back. I really have to go somewhere because I have to pick up someone, but I'll be back later. Please, endelea show. It was so nice to see you. Usiende mahali. I don't know how often you'll be. Utakuanga hapa kila siku. Hopefully.
I will try to be here. But I'll be here actually. Apart from Mondays, I'll be here every other day.
I have to run somewhere. I know somebody else was going to log in. He told me that they'll be coming in. So maybe my unit
Mzalendo is with me, and I still have some people still joining in. But you as well, who wants to join as I allow Kenya Rebel to leave Kidogo, let me ask you to join us. How do you do that? Through the links that inatumo kwako. The links appear in so many ways now. One, appear in the form of Mtembei TV, Mtembei Facebook, Mtembei Official. Ukiguza any of the above, inakuleta direct to the channel. The other way you still touch, or rather you still click on, is Afrique D24. That's YouTube. Afrique D24. That's Facebook. Now, if you touch on any of those, itakutuma moja kwa moja kwa StreamYard. Ukifika StreamYard unafanya vipi? Asha camera, asha mic. Na ukiasha mic, pia hakikisha umeandika jina. It really doesn't have to be your real name, like Kenya Rebel. I don't think it is his real name. But hey, hiyo ndio jina tunamjua nayo. Na ni sawa, lakini kwa wengine wetu, we have to really use our name. So my name is Jakes. That's my true name. Otherwise, I see Mzalendo backstage. I would want to have him as well, so as to continue making sense of what we are discussing. But we're discussing this, the government-to-government approach on fuel purchasing, if I can call it that, if I can call it that, has attracted mixed reactions months later. Raila Odinga the other day came with an expose saying that this deal was a scam, that this deal is a wrong deal. This deal is what is disturbing the country, because that we are now losing our lead exporters, the country that we export to. Yeah, I think I'm making sense. Uganda, for example, they are choosing different partners away from Kenya, whom we have partnered with for so many years. They are our leading, our number one country that we export to. Now they are kunaka challenge, right? Because of this deal. But now the president says this is the best decision he ever made. This was the best thing that ever happened to our country. I don't know if you agree with it. That's what we are discussing. Raila Odinga says that in every 1 liter that we purchase, 30 shillings go to facilitate corruption, or rather, it's not really accounted for. 30 shillings from the 217, 30 shillings, according to him, is not money that we ought to spend. Actually, in other words, Karua said that when they increased the VAT, for example, from 8 to 16, it added more charges, which is true, and that these charges are not necessary, right? But if these charges were to be removed today, fuel prices could go down, despite the claims of Israel and Palestine fighting, despite the claims of Russia and Ukraine, despite all that. They're saying that if we review the financial act or law, that the one that was being debated upon, that was passed the other day, probably if we review that, it would really lower the cost of living. I don't know about it. Raila says that the government-to-government deal was a scam. Do you agree? Let me see your comment. Let me read your comment up on comment section. And tuone vipi. Nyagaka says like this. He is responding to Chwea, and he says that UDA equal 2022 to 2042. Mama yo. So wenye tulikuwa tumeanza kusema wamalize waende, wana UDA wanadai ya kwamba watakuwa leo, kesho hadi 2042. Na in fact anauliza hivi Ben Nyagaka, mtadu? We wadau, thank you very very much. I see Mzalendo is in the house. Mzalendo, good to see you, good to have you. Thank you for being part of this wonderful conversation. Thank you as well for being part of this conversation. This is coming to you live from Afric TV. Afric TV, they got you, because here we unlock the stories, the African stories, in the way and in the best way we can, and this is how we do it. Mzalendo, are you there?
Yeah, Jake Sabi, I'm listening to you.
Yeah. How have you been, my brother? Good to see you. It's been a minute, but I'm glad you're in the show. Uko aje, my brother?
I'm the one who should be asking you how you've been and where you've been and why you've not been around. That is what I should be asking you. So
I've been around. I was told to give the government some time. It performed. So I chose past to give it some time. But now I feel it's time we speak again. Because tulipobonga ile time tuliambiwa the government was young. We give it time. It needs to come up. And fun enough, time imesonga. 1 year imekatika. Tuko ya pili na miezi zinazidi kujihesabu. And Kenyans are not laughing. Kenyans are not smiling, right? So who else to come help them speak other than Jakes, the moderator, to help them create such a show? Wakuje hapa wajinene, wa air out what really disturbs them, because here, as I have always said, hii ni show ya kila mtu. Azimio, UDA, wale neutral, wale wengi, wale wachache, hii ndio show yao. And as I've said, hii show ni mpya, show kali, show fiti, na imedhaminiwa na Afric 24. Na sijui kama Mzalendo umesikia, Afric wako na offer. Na sijui kama umesubscribe, kimbia usubscribe. Ukisubscribe wanakutunuku. Or rather they are rewarding you for being a faithful subscriber, and they even have a Christmas deal. I don't know what do you think about that, Mzalendo?
I think that is a good incentive.
Beautiful, right?
Knowing that you value your customers.
Yeah.
And to note that they value their customers, and being also a festive season, I think it would be a good thing for the subscribers of Afric 24. So I think that's a good incentive. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so our viewers and those of us watching, kindly kimbia hapo Afric, subscribe, ingia fanya ile kitu, ingia jiunge nasi kwa hii show, lakini zaidi ya yote subscribe, subscribe, and you never know, you could be one. Yeah, I said one of, meaning there are several. One of our lucky winners who will walk away with a beautiful gift hamper ya Christmas. Man, I wish I were you. Me subscribe. I wish I had many ways ya kusubscribe. I hope nitaangukia. But anyway, thank you very, very much for joining us. Now, Mzalendo, we are discussing the government-to-government deal. Now, what do you think? Was it a good deal to start with?
The issue of fuel, first off, you need to understand who controls the business, who controls the petroleum market. You need to really understand that before we get into the nitty-gritties. Because when you look at the petroleum industry, apart from Total, Shell, and BP, and the new ones that have come, there are people who are really into the business. Now, you and I have never come across an advertisement on a newspaper that the government is looking for people to supply uh, our stations with fuel.
But how did Njeri? Anyway, we'll get to her. But let's continue. Sorry.
Yes. People need to understand that there's a willing buyer, willing seller. Yeah. When I bring fuel to the country as an entity, then you find that I will sell my fuel to any entity within East Africa, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, the people who want to buy my fuel, because first fuel is shipped in using those big ships, yeah. If that Yes, so that is the mode of transport. Now there is also this other aspect that if I own the transport company that transports crude oil, I will look for routes that do not really risk my ship, yeah, especially when areas or in areas where there is war. So I look for alternative route depending where the fuel you get your fuel from.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you go further to other countries that produce oil, you find that maybe they are further away from Kenya, and that brings again the cost of fuel higher up, because the countries which are nearer, maybe they are at war or they are at risk. Or, the risk involved in transporting the oil, they would rather wait for things to cool down. So that is also
Okay.
another aspect of looking at it. But now, the thorny issue is where I started is, have you ever seen an advertisement of fuel in the Kenyan Gazette? There are two commodities here. This is fuel and firearms. Yeah. You never see the people who have won those tenders to supply these commodities. And the reason is most politicians are the ones in this business. The big families are the ones in this business. So, and I keep on repeating, the government has got no control over my product. I will sell to it the way I want.
Okay.
All right? Because depending on how I got it, that is how I will sell it. Now, Ruto's government is so unpopular among the citizens right now. So the people who are in the previous government and had goodwill with Uhuru's government, and they are in the fuel business, are the ones who are making the loudest noise.
Okay.
Yeah, you need to understand that. Then you need to go to the issue of subsidies. Why it was cut? Why that was the first thing that Ruto dealt with, because these are not small business people. You saw one person bringing in 17 billion worth of crude oil. So you can imagine the kind of influence, and you have maybe 50 of them in the Republic of Kenya. Those are people who can run the government. The government can even borrow from them money to run the government. Ni kama government inaenda kwa IMF. So these individuals have got that kind of money. They have got that kind of money. And why they want the subsidies back? Because the subsidies guarantees them payment from government directly at a higher rate, but for a longer period of time. For a longer period of time. That is how I look at the business, and why there is a lot of push and pull in the oil industry, and why the taxes are up. Apart from just IMF advising government that this is the only commodity that people use directly and you can tax them directly, then to pay your loans, so do something about it. So if Raila is complaining today, but in 2017, if you look at what he was, why he was whipping his MPs to had a 16% VAT, yeah, and because Uhuru and that time he gave a good reason that there is war. I don't know which war it was, but I remember he gave the similar reasons that this current government is doing. So I don't expect much from the politicians other than they are safeguarding their business and their interests. You understand?
Now, I agree, and I equally get more questions from what you're saying. From where I sit, before we had government to government, we had what we call open tender system, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where companies would bid and the highest bidder would be allowed to ship in oil or whatever, right? Now, my question then comes in that how comes now that we have a government to government deal where only three three organizations qualified, how comes we have the likes of Anne coming up, and Anne is the one tu mwenye ameshikwa, what of wenye bado hawajashikwa?
Anne was a decoy, you know. Anne was a decoy. Anne was a decoy, and probably she's been used before because she knows the business a bit. She has been used before, so she's just a decoy. And the people behind Anne are very, very powerful that they cannot be mentioned. Yeah, they are the ones who can close that tap for the government, and they will not have fuel. If they decide, okay, we are as importers, we are not going to bring in fuel in Kenya. So, okay, government, you deal with government to government. We see where you are going to go. I mean, it is like, I don't know whether I can give you an example like the coffee or tea market where brokers are the ones who normally look for the prices, something like that. And you cannot go directly in the market and sell your tea or coffee without a broker. So fuel is also like that. But there are countries that have not gone from government to government. What they have done is that they have looked for a reliable supplier of fuel. They would probably negotiate with Total, or they will negotiate with, like I've seen Uganda, they are negotiating directly with a company that and cutting out all the suppliers, and most of the suppliers who are being cut out are Kenyans. Are Kenyan companies that used to supply fuel in Uganda. So the transporters who used to transport fuel to Uganda, who are Kenyans, are also affected by this. So the government of Kenya needs to think hard and think very, very fast. One thing I recommended a few weeks ago is that Ruto should sack his economic advisors and come up with a new advisors. Yeah, he needs to sack his economic advisor as soon as possible and come up with a new team that know exactly what is happening. The current economic advisors for Ruto are playing ball with IMF and the World Bank. So they are hell bent to see the country not going into debt, to further debt crisis, and pay the debt that they have. That is why you see the business people like Wanjigi are complaining. Why do you want to pay your debt? Yeah. Why do you want to pay your debt? We need money. We need money coming in so that we can do business. That is the language of business. For you, you think that they are really after the interest of the common man, but they are after the interest of the money coming from the big banks to the government, because that is the money that they get to supply government with, and the
Okay.
government gets to pay them directly. All right.
Okay.
So these are the tenders that you will not see. You will not
Mhm.
see Jimmy's name in any tender like he's a supplier. You will not see Raila's companies in any name that they are the ones supplying oil, crude oil. You will not see them like they are the ones providing jet fuel for our planes. That one you'll never see. So that is the country we are in, and I keep on.
But Mzalendo, then again, think about it. One of the reasons we went to this deal was because we wanted to have a way where we reduce the cost of fuel, in turn reducing the cost of living. How comes it hasn't worked? Because that was the idea behind it.
You see, there is no way you will increase the cost of fuel and expect the economy to grow.
Okay.
Now, what has happened right now is that just like I had, everybody is now looking for alternative way of transport. People will use matatus frequently. They will use. They will be doing carpooling. They will leave their cars at home. They will not travel as often as they used to because of the cost of fuel. For example, I would drive my car from Nairobi to my rural home, and then I was paying about, my fuel would be about 6,000 Kenyan shillings. Today, if I was to drive the same car to my rural village home, the fuel is 15,000 thereabout. So you look at it, what economic value does it add me? Using that comfort to my village, I would rather use the bus to the village. So they are not collecting as much as they anticipated from the drivers, from the transport industry. So they are not collecting as much as they anticipated. So yeah, and you can only have a few buses or lorries a few buses on the road at one particular time, because
Okay.
yes.
I want us to listen to what the president said as he tried to explain that. Just one moment. I don't know why I've hanged, but just one moment. Nime hang. But even as I'm playing that, or as I'm coming to that, why is it that with this government to government, while other countries now are enjoying a decrease in the fuel prices, how comes Kenya is still not enjoying it? And here is the president. Let's listen to him and what he had to say.
Our actions. We must work in such a manner that we can answer every question. For example, I am very happy that when the opposition is asking us about the G2G petroleum engagement, we can confidently tell them all the documentation is public. All the agreements are public. And I can say without fear of any contradiction that this whole exercise in that agreement, in that MOU, is not so that we sell oil products. The only purpose of government is twofold. Number one, to guarantee international oil companies that they can extend product to Kenya for 6 months, and that after 6 months, we're going to pay. And we have kept our part of the bargain. We have made sure that they are paid their money by the oil marketing companies in Kenya. Number two, we gave them the guarantee that dollars will be available for them. The government of Kenya was going to make sure. We have made sure that that is the case. The rest is private business. The international oil companies sell fuel directly to oil marketers in Kenya. The government of Kenya is not a broker. The government of Kenya is not in between. So the entire process is private sector led, private sector driven, between international oil companies and our oil marketing companies in Kenya. Our business as government is to underwrite that this transaction will not go haywire. That the credit facility extended to us, the government of Kenya will backstop. And it is not for me to say it is working or not. I want to challenge the speculators and the agents of the cartels to go and speak to the oil marketing companies in Kenya, to go and speak to the players in Kenya, instead of the speculation, rumor mongering, scamming that is going on. I want to assure them that the fishing they are doing for a scandal in this administration, they are not about to succeed. They can speculate, imagine, dream about a scam. That is how far they can go. I am very clear in my mind, and I want to tell the country, we will make sure that we do the right thing for Kenya. We will live within our means, and we will make sure that we transform the country in a manner that our nation becomes sustainable. I had many people discussing about the dollar compared to the Kenya shilling. I am not going to do what was done the last 2 years, to use our foreign currency, close to $2 billion, to keep an artificial rate of the Kenya shilling. It has costed us an arm and a leg. That we will not do. We will make sure that this is a liberal economy. We will do what we have to do to export more, to export labor, to export more products, to manufacture more, so that we can strengthen our shilling. We are not going to strengthen our shilling artificially by propping it up using our foreign currency reserves. That is why we are in the kind of challenges we are. So, our friends on the other side had better be ashamed of what they are saying, because we are simply cleaning their dirt. So, but, you know, even as I say this, we encourage every Kenyan to hold us to account. When you speak what is right, we will appreciate, we will take the lessons. When you speak rumors, we will call you out. That's how things will be. So, good people, let us, as I told you yesterday, we have a historic opportunity as a team to change Kenya. And I am very confident that changing Kenya is within our reach. We just need to work together. We just need to be consistent. We need to persist. And we need to make the right decisions always. There will be questions by the people of Kenya. And they are perfectly entitled to interrogate our actions. We must work in such a manner that we can answer every question. For example, I am very happy that when the opposition is asking us about the G2G petroleum engagement, we can confidently tell them all the documentation is public. All the agreements are public. And I can say without fear of any contradiction that this whole exercise, before even I took the oath of office, the leadership of all oil marketers came to see me, and they were stranded, looking for dollars from corner to corner. In fact, there was stock out in many parts of Kenya. Many petrol stations were closed. And I can confirm to the country that the G2G petroleum products engagement with our international oil companies is above board, is transparent, is innovative, and it has made the biggest difference in our country. If we
Now, Mzalendo, I'm sure you have listened to the able president speak. Mzalendo, are you still there with me?
Yeah, I'm still there with you. Can hear you.
Let's analyze what he said. I took some time to really allow him speak so that we are able to really make sense of what he is trying to say. Number one, he says that they came into this government to govern to stabilize the dollar, or rather to have the dollar. I don't know, this is how he has said it, that they assured the suppliers that the dollar will not suffer shortage. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, my question is, initially we were told that this will be a government to government where for the first time, and I remember them praising themselves for this, that we will use our currency, our Kenyan currency, not the dollar, to purchase. And in fact, not just to purchase, we can get the petroleum product fast and then pay later. It's like we are being given kamadeni, for instance. Now, how comes today there seems to be almost a shift from what was said initially? Let's start from there first.
You know, as I said, Jakes, Ruto sometimes is disappointing.
Mm-hmm.
Disappointing in the sense that some of these things that he's articulating should have been articulated by his CS.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just trying to put fuel here. Just give me a second. It should have been articulated.
As I'm giving him a second, let's listen into what Raila Odinga calls a scam, because what we have listened to is what the president tried to explain, but Raila Odinga had so many things to say. I had played the clip earlier. I hadn't finished it. Allow me to finish it now.
Through the Tanzanian Central Corridor means to our country, especially to the future of the Kenya Pipeline Company. End of statement. Thank you.
Labda kwa Kiswahili, Mheshimiwa Raila, katika siku za majuzi tumeona kama kuna mfanyabiashara tata ambaye anadai kwamba mafuta yake ambayo alileta ilinyakuliwa na serikali. Labda kwa mtazamo wako unaweza semaje tena na hayo? Kisha cha pili, where does this revelation of yours now put the ongoing national dialogue talks? Thank you.
Yeah. Yale ambayo yanafanyika, hiyo biashara yenyewe inadhihirisha ukweli. Yale ni wale watu ambaye wametupautiana pamoja. Sasa mwingine anasema huyu, hii shehena ni yangu, mwingine anasema hii shehena ni yangu. Wale pamoja. Hata wewe mwenyewe unaweza kushangaa yale ambayo yanafanyika. Mbona kama kuna shida, mtu anashikwa usiku, anafungwa macho. Kwa sababu gani? Kama jamaa hajaiba, hajafanya chochote, kama hata yeye ni mwizi, mbona ashike mchana na apeleke mahakamani? Ni wale ni wao wezi wawili wanashikana peke yao. Upande mwingine, sisi tuko na washirika wetu ambayo sisi tulituma kwa yale mazungumzo. Mmoja wao ndugu Eugene Wamala yuko hapa. Sisi tuliwaambia katika yale majadiliano kuna maneno ambayo sisi hatuwezi kuacha nje. Tuliweka masharti, atukuna maneno ambayo mpaka tupate suluhu, hasa yale ambayo yanahusu wananchi wenyewe. Kwa mfano moja yao ni gharama ya maisha. Tumesema gharama ya maisha mpaka irudi chini. Hiyo ni moja ya masharti ya mazungumzo yetu. Ingine ni kuundwa kwa tume ya uchaguzi. Tatu ni ukaguzi ya matokeo ya uchaguzi iliyopita. Nne ni mambo ya kutuingilia kwa vyama vingine vya kisiasa. Kuheshima kwa vyama vya kisiasa. Yale ya masharti. Lakini muhimu zaidi ni gharama ya maisha lazima irudi chini. Na wao wamesema vile inawezekana. Tumesema kwa mfano ile ushuru waliweka kwa mafuta itolewe kutoka 16% irudishe pale ilivyokuwako 8%. Hiyo ni moja yao. Na kadhalika. So tumesema kama hawawezi kukubali basi haviendi. Tumesema kama hawawezi kukubali yale, hiyo tunasema hakuna mazungumzo, hakuna maafikiano.
Over the weekend, you alluded that the inflation of prices on petroleum on fuel was about 30 shillings. Maybe expound on that and how these you call cartels are fleecing Kenyans' pockets at the pump, and how much by how much?
No, I mentioned the other time, and you're going to find it in the statement that I've just read there, how prices are being inflated and then passed on to the consumer. I mentioned, for example, you'll find that you're being charged 217 shillings, but the actual price would be 187 shillings. Now, where we are not sure is how that 30 shillings is being distributed, who is the beneficiary. But I've also explained to you how the whole of this process was conceived, how it was then executed, and how it is actually hurting the consumer down here. You find, for example, that ships are taking very long. They're waiting when letters of credit have not been confirmed, incurring demerit charges. Demerit charges themselves.
Sorry, my video had some mix kidogo, but I'm sure you are able to really capture what he was saying. One, he's saying that kukona shilingi 30. He's saying it ought to be around 187 shillings, but we are buying it now at 217. So kukona 30 bob ambayo per liter, and I'm sure if you can calculate, it's a lot of money if you count per car, per number of fuel and people who buy. It's a lot of money. 30 bob may sound little, but it turns into billions once you do your maths. Now he was asking, where does this money go? Despite the government to government, despite all this, how comes kukona such? Earlier on, I had played a clip where it was said that fuel prices are coming down, or rather, the cost of buying fuel is coming down globally. How comes in Kenya, despite other places experiencing low prices, why is it in Kenya more than an increase? So Mzalendo, I don't know if you're now good, and sijui kama you're able to come to the camera so that nisikae kama ni mimi nakula uhondo.
No, I'm still driving, but it's okay. You'll see my face in a short while, in a bit.
Yeah. So what do you think? What attributes to this? Is this budgeted corruption? One thing that we earlier discussed, is this something that we budget for? We budget to steal from ourselves?
You see, I beg to differ a bit with what Raila is saying, and one reason is that he was in the previous government and he never said these things. Yeah. What we need to look at in Kenya is why is the fuel cost very high? Are those taxes on fuel necessary? Yes, some of them are necessary, but some of them are burdening. So we need to remove some of the taxes on the fuel so that even if the government revenue decreases, then the pump prices will not go very, very high. Because one, Tanzania and Uganda have been able to reduce their taxes on fuel imports. And by the time it gets to the pump, then the price is affordable or looks like, by a few shillings better than what Kenya is offering. But for Tanzania, again, Tanzania has gained quite a bit economically compared to Kenya, although we are still above them. But they have gained some points economically. So their exchange rate could be much better. And what the president was alluding to is the artificial, stability of an economy that is doing badly. Yeah, artificial. It's like pretending that you are okay. Yeah, wewe ni mzima kimwili Jex, lakini we ni mgonjwa mbaya sana, so unajifanya unaweza enda kazini, unaweza fanya anything that unaweza but ndani unaumia kabisa, simply because you are maybe on supplements, which we call subsidiaries. But we ni mgonjwa. The fact remain that wewe ni mgonjwa. So Kenya is hailing. It's a country that is probably in ICU, and there needs to be urgent remedy to this situation. Talk by politicians will not help. Politicians talk to gain mileage. When Raila Odinga talks, he talks points that you want to listen to. Yeah, but I believe if he was in the same driver's seat, he would not be saying what he's saying right now. So these are some of the things that are challenging to me, especially when I listen to politicians other than policy, other than technocrats. Yeah. So technocrats will give you the real view of the economic situation. When you talk to the guy in Treasury or the guy in Central Bank, he will tell you this is why we are here, because we didn't do this. We are here because we have got debts. We are here because we negotiated badly. But now the president once again gives an assurance that he has negotiated to buy the fuel. Of course, using the dollar, he cannot buy fuel using the Kenya shilling. Kenya shilling thamana yake iko chini kabisa. So who wants to use a currency that is devalued? So first, he was not making sense in the beginning, but right now, I think they injected some sense in him and told him, we cannot buy fuel with your currency that is so has no value in the market. It's like going to buy fuel with the former Zimbabwean currency, or with the Somalia currency. So no country will allow you to do that, or no oil marketing firm will allow to go into a negotiation if you are not using the dollar.
Okay. The other thing he says is that you remember he said that dollar itashuka bei, and he told people to release the dollars they were holding. Why is it that despite that clarion call and all, that didn't happen? In any case, the dollar imezidi kushoot. And now he's saying that there was an artificial valuing, if I can use that word, of the Kenyan shilling, where we were using our money, our own reserves, to push the dollar high. Now, my question is, I start from this deep question. How comes Ruto seems to be the only president who has come into being, into power, and he's finding everything is wrong? There's nothing right. It is blame game after blame game after blame game. 1 year down in office, he's still speaking of the previous regime. 1 year in office, he's still speaking of the dirt, the rot, as he called it, of the previous regime. Now, let's assume that's true. Let's assume that's true. In the road in those previous governments, we could maybe attribute some progress, something to speak about in maybe in their 1 year in office. How comes in his 1 year in office, he's still in a lamenting form, still complaining, still pointing at others, still accusing others, still acting victim, still saying it wasn't me? Why is it so? What attributes to this? Why continue to blame things that are almost obvious?
You see, for Ruto, Ruto is not your regular politician. Most politicians are dumb. Majority of them are dumb, and Ruto is not one of those dumb politicians. He's smart. He knows when to strike. Like right now, you had the issue of the cost of hunger. Yeah, the cost of hunger. He let you make a lot of noise. Then now the noise has fizzled out. Now we are on fuel. People will make noise, and then his plan will work out. And years will go on like that, like that. But the issue of housing, for example, if the constructions are going on, you'll make noise, and then the constructions will be up. Kenyans will be having jobs and things like that. 2 years down the road, you have been making noise on the government on different aspects, and is whatever noise that you are making is making him work better. That noise is important because it's making him work smarter and better. So by the time we are getting to 2027, uh, there will be nothing to talk about in Ruto's government. I am telling you. And Jakes, you'll be my witness. You'll be my witness on this particular day, on 17th November, that Zalendo told me that in 2027, nobody will be talking about this government. They will be praising it instead. They will be praising it instead because Ruto has put the Kenyan people in a lot of anxiety, a lot of uncertainty, and immediately he puts them in uncertainty, and he manages to go around it and win the confidence of the people once again. Then I can assure you, he will get overwhelming support come 2027.
Okay. Now, I don't know about you, but I want to speak on something else, even as I'll still give you more time to speak, but let me on the same issue. Let me ask you this, Mzalendo. How comes, and I still insist, how comes the Mwananchi, you're saying, you're talking of the entirety of his term, that in the long run of towards the end, maybe people will praise his regime. But then again, within 1 year, we are yet to really come to a place where we can now say many who voted for him are proud to have voted for him. Many lament, many regret, many wish they either didn't vote or they voted otherwise. At what point do you see that changing? Do you see him changing this narrative towards the end, a year or two towards the election? Is it also a strategy he's using? Because really, personally, from where I sit, I am failing to understand him.
Can you
So
hear
is
me?
it a strategy? Yeah, I can hear you. Is it a strategy he's using that maybe 2026 things will begin to go down, the bottom up will seem to be working and all? Is it a gimmick? Is it a game? Is playing with Kenyans? What is
You you
happening?
you you know what people misunderstood, or what the government Kenya Kwanza did not articulate well, is the bottom up module. Yeah, they borrowed the concept from America, and America did call it bottom up. It was trickle down. Yeah, so the people who are being taxed highly are the high income earners, and that is where they get it all wrong in Kenya. Now in Kenya, everybody has got a uniform tax. Tax. If the issue of taxes of housing levy, then across board we are paying the same percentage. Yeah, even Ruto himself is paying the same percentage an ECD class teacher somewhere in Garissa. Yeah, that is absolutely wrong. That is absolutely wrong. The high income earners in the country, should pay more taxes. More taxes. The guys who drive VXs and all that, they should pay. There should be more taxes imposed on them. Yeah, because kama hiyo gari inatumia mafuta, then you look at the pollution. They should be paying taxes on pollution, for instance. Yeah, those are the ways the government needs to come up with ways of getting money other than fuel. You know, we have got this traditional way of thinking that it is when we use fuel, when we tax our people on fuel, then everybody will be like paying taxes, because kama utapanda matatu, when you'll be in a matatu, definitely you will be paying more high fares, because that cost will be passed to the consumer. So if you are driving your personal car, it is even the same thing, that the cost is passed directly to you. So that thing is not working so well. But if they could get it to a place where if you are having, because these guys are in a luxury, are in the comfort zone. They can afford the 30 million, 20 million worth of diesel, latest diesel or petrol VX. Yeah? Why not tax him very, very highly for that particular vehicle? Tax him very, very highly, so that this money can go into other things, into recurrent expenditure that the government that is so huge. Mm? So why that is what they need to do. That is what they need to do. The high income salary earners, the parliamentarians who are earning so much. Yeah. Unaona, like today in my country, the most lucrative job, even you should not even go into business. Business is no longer lucrative. Is either you are in procurement or you are a politician. Yeah, you are either in procurement or you are a politician or you are a KRA official, Kenya Revenue official, because that is where the money is. Mm. So these people should be taxed very, very highly, and then to reduce the level of corruption, that's like Raila alluded some time back. I agree with him on this. Uh, the a lifestyle audit should be done to some of these people in government. A lifestyle audit. You came in government kama umekonda kama shindano, wewe ulikuwa 1 GB, sasa hii umenona kama kitu ingine, kama nguruwe. So hii vitu yote, na uko na mahoteli umenunua, umefanya nini, it should cut across each and every public servant. Each and every public servant, and you realize that it is not only the people in government who are corrupt. The people in the private sector are also very, very corrupt. Yeah. And
Now, my final two questions. The first one, I listened to the president in the State of the Nation address in Parliament the other day. He spoke of how he called people and what the people were saying, you know. If truly we are doing well, he didn't just need to sample two, you know. It's there, as you have said. We complained about the cost of unga, but now it's obvious. Ukienda kwa super, there is evidence. There's some reduction, not on everything, but at least kuna some products or some brands ambazo zimepunguza bei, right? Now, how comes what he was trying to bring out from his speech, that like for instance the Hustler Fund is doing well, this initiative, your health, it's doing well, how comes many are not feeling it? Was he sampling people that will only tell him what he needs to hear?
You see, the cost of health is very expensive. And you need to understand one thing, Jex. This election was hotly contested. The president did not win with overwhelming majority. Yeah, he got quite a sizable amount of votes, just like his competitor Raila Odinga. The difference, I think, was 200,000 votes, something like that. So 200,000 votes in a presidential race is something very, very minimal. So the other 7 million supporting Raila Odinga will not approve of anything that the government is trying to do. Now, the other 7 million, you'll find 4 million or 3 million perhaps did not understand any of the government policy when they were talking about bottom-up economy. So, first, this government does not communicate properly or its agenda. They still think they are campaigning. Yeah, they still have these pronouncements on the roadside. They still have them sometimes in funeral, and then the opposition also responds on another funeral. Then we are left with a parliament that is so useless that it cannot even articulate any of the policies, that it cannot even interrogate the executive. It cannot even interrogate the executive. When you go to parliament today, it's just like a shouting match. I want to articulate as a Mio standpoint on this particular issue. We also want to articulate the government standpoint on this particular issue. At no point is the common man's issue being addressed. Look at, for example, the cost of living and what Kibaki's government and Raila were able to do. They brought a bill in parliament that reduced the cost of essential commodities. A bill that reduced just the cost of essential commodities. Kama ni unga, bei utauza unga yako hii bei. Kama ni sukari, wacha uuze sukari yako hii bei. Kama ni nini, those are how Kibaki was able to grow an economy that had just collapsed. Yeah. Because he had parliamentarians who had understood what they are doing. And then he had financial advisors, people who were career civil servants, people like Kina Mudaura and all that. These people, Kina Michuki, these people are old, but they have got experience of being in government and running government. So they brought a lot of wisdom in running the Kibaki Raila government compared to what Ruto has done. He has got he has got all his tribal allies in his government who are not necessarily helping him politically. Yeah, you need to get out of your tribal cocoon and get people who are going to deliver for the country and not for the community. Yeah. You see, when you see the deputy president articulating his policies, he's articulating his policies not to Kenyans but to the Kikuyu community. What nonsense is that? Yeah, he's talking
Now,
to
let
his
me ask my final question. If Ruto was to fail today to recapture his seat, I'm sure this is it's a funny question. What would you think if you are Ruto today? What will he attribute his failure to? Will he blame, as you have rightfully said, those he appointed as the tribal loyalists who campaigned for him to be president, but failed him to deliver on his manifesto? Or will he blame himself for, I don't know, because initially he came out as someone who is a performer. People praised him that he delivers on what he sets his mind to. But right now, I really don't think so. That's my take. So what do you think? What do you think would be some of the things if you are Ruto today, if you are to fail? Because in any case, he's the one president who, on his first attempt, he was able to secure the seat. And unfortunately, he became the president. And what would happen if he still makes history again of being the first president who fails to get back his seat? What do you think would be some of the things that would really make him feel so? Or in other words,
Okay.
what is he getting wrong at the moment that might cost him the seat?
I understand your question perfectly well. Maybe if you had to rephrase it, it would have come out more clearer. But this is what you're trying to say, is that in case Ruto's government fails, where will he point his fingers to? Will he point his fingers to his supporters? Or will he point his fingers to his administration? Or will he point his fingers directly to himself?
Aha, perfect.
Ruto definitely is not a man who will point his fingers directly to himself. He's coming out as somebody who is unapologetic, even when he gets it wrong. That is his nature. And he is also somebody who is not he takes his economic advisors are giving him good advice, but at the end of the day, there is a way he's overruling them. So he's a know-it-all kind of person. Yeah, there is no sector that Ruto doesn't know. You see when he was alluding to the CS, when he calls a CS and they don't know anything about their ministry, then that tells you that this guy, he doesn't sleep. He is really all over, checking his back. Yeah, checking his back, and being that he came into power with a government that was sharply divided, and he was in the same government. So remember, he was in the same government. The officials who they employed under Ruto government some of them are still in office. Others are allied to Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga.
Okay.
Yeah. So the people who are allied to Raila or to Uhuru Kenyatta will always pledge their loyalty to their appointing authority. Unfortunately, in Africa, so the people the people Ruto has brought in, largely they have been in government. He has not even brought them in. There is nobody new that Ruto has brought in his government. These are people who have been there previously, in the previous government. Kina Chirkir, Kina all that. I mean, we didn't see any new faces coming into his cabinet that would wow us and tell us, wow, where did he get this? Where did he get this man? This man is so sharp. This guy, like when Uhuru brought in people like Matiang'i, yeah? Yeah, so Matiang'i was a performer. Then people were like, hey, this guy is, at one time, people really admired Matiang'i and were ready to give him even the presidency. Yeah. So So this is what happens in a country like ours, where you have political appointments, yeah, political appointments. So these political appointments, they give breed to bad governance, and
Okay.
they give breed to bad governance because you leave out the very best in society who could have done those particular jobs professionally. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Hold on your thoughts, Mzalendo. I almost called you Mtembei. Allow me to have Kenya Rebel and ask him a question, and I'll ask him what I had asked you last, and this is what I had asked Mzalendo. Kenya Rebel, if today Ruto, if case in point we are in 2027, and he happens to be, as he has now been a record keeper, he has been the first person to ever vie and be the first person to win on his first attempt, as well as they normally say there's always a first time for everything. What do you think would be what he falls back to as something he blames if he was to be the first president to lose an election? Many have said that he has never lost any elective post. He has never lost. But as the Englishman said, there is always a first time for everything. Probably this is his final, what they normally say, the kick that killed the horse. What do you think would be the thing that he blames? Will he blame his cabinet? Will he blame his supporters? Who will he blame? Because if the current situation is anything to go by, most of his followers are not supporting him, or rather, are not as happy as they anticipated to be. Some supported him out of spite for Uhuru Kenyatta, but others are now realizing we were better off with Uhuru than what we termed as the hustler nation. We termed him that huyu ni wetu atatuelewa. We said that huyu ameuza mayai atatuelewa. We said that this guy ni hustler, but unfortunately hustler ndo analia sahi. That hustler mpaka anaambiwa for you to get an ID manze itabidi umechangamka na thao, as much as wamepose kwanza hizo storo, but think about it. Who will he blame? And if it were to happen, is it something that is already coming?
Hey, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. First of all, it will not happen. Ruto is not going home anytime soon.
Okay.
I can even pose it. I can pose this question to you, Jakes. Even with all the things that is happening, all the high taxes, all the kila kitu, bei ya mafuta, bei ya unga, I don't know what, corruption. Who right now, can you name any politician that you think can actually beat Ruto on the opposition or in the government?
It was the same thinking that was there when we said Moi could never be beaten.
No,
it was that thinking then.
No.
And it
Moi,
happened in 2002.
But listen, but
they even called him a professor of politics, if you remember.
Listen, you can't compare Moi and Rutos because Moi, we felt helpless with Moi because we knew he was rigging the election year in, year out, and he had the country under a chokehold. Like ukisema kitu unafinywa, okay? But eventually, of course, people rose up and took him out. But with Ruto, regardless of, I mean, he's only been there one year, to be fair. Yes, he's messing up. But even though his supporters also are not happy with him, if you were to go back to the debate today, as much as they are mad at him and they are disappointed with his whatever, I don't think they'll vote for Raila Odinga, for example. Let me ask you this. Uko kwa ground uko. Do you honestly think that Mount Kenya people, Central Province, would rather vote for Ruto, would rather vote for Raila Odinga over Ruto right now?
Let me tell you, when you touch the heart of someone,
yes,
and where you touch where it hurts most, they can easily combine with an enemy just to teach you a lesson. And I can easily say they can. Why? This is a regime, sorry to say this, that so many things that were slightly doing better have gone down, from coffee to tea to macadamia. The people who were promised that there will be guaranteed minimum return, that is yet to happen. There were things that were told that will happen to them. That hasn't happened. Now, if Raila Odinga, I'm sure he's a smart politician, was able to repackage himself and even come as he came in 2002, he came to Mount Kenya, but he didn't come directly. He came to sell Kibaki. I can tell you for free, Raila won in 2002 because Kibaki really didn't campaign as much. Raila did. In fact, he was
wait,
given a
you mean
name. He was
2008,
called
7?
Jab. Now, let me remind you. I'm just trying to remind you. You have asked if it's possible for people to embrace him. Yes, they can. He can repackage himself. He's a smart politician. He can give to the people someone they can relate to. Maybe he may see, I might not really cross the Jordan, the proverbial Jordan, but I might give people the feel of Kibaki. I may give them someone that would bring this thing closer home, because Raila on his own would not have defeated Uhuru in 2002. Kibaki on his own the same. So what did they do? They combined forces, and that synergy of coming together, it catapulted them to power. That Moi, despite him being a master politician, a professor as they called him, could not stand. In fact, if you remember Ruto's words, they could not believe that Moi would lose. In fact, it was like it was Moi against, what do we call him, Kibaki. So in 2027, games can really be played. And I can tell you, if the packaging is good, it doesn't matter how much Ruto speaks. I can tell you for free, he can easily go home. So never say never in politics.
Jakes, let me correct you. In 2002, okay, it was Raila who joined Kibaki. Was it in that?
Perfect.
Hold on,
but the momentum increased. Listen, the momentum became even sweeter when they became one. Unanielewa? That when Kibaki was injured, when he was unable to fully traverse the country and seek votes, the man left standing, the man that many praised for the victory of Kibaki then, was none other than Raila Odinga. He came to Mount Kenya, then that they even nicknamed him a name and called him Jamba, right?
Yes.
Why? They gave him that's a very prestigious name. Now, they gave that name to him because they saw this is someone who is selling a product we can relate to, right? The product was weak. The product was on a wheelchair. But Raila was able to package it nicely that they left a vibrant young man for a sickly, wheelchaired president. Unanielewa?
Nakuelewa, but I disagree in this point.
Okay.
This is how I disagree. This is where I disagree with you. Raila alipima weather, and it was inevitable that Kibaki was going to win with or without Raila. Raila was in Kanu, remember, Secretary General or whatever the case. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, you are right.
Okay. Kanu was unpopular. Okay? And Daniel angalia weather, because he thought Moi was going to make him the presidential candidate, but Moi opted with Uhuru Kenyatta. And people were looking at Kanu as, the dynasty of the day, which was dynasty anyway. Sa nani anarudisha mkono kwa the Kenyatta family. Okay? So Raila Kangalia, he was disappointed and he looked at it and he was like, Kibaki, everyone was with Kibaki. So even if Raila didn't endorse Kibaki in 2002, Kibaki was going to win overwhelmingly without even the Nyanza province, if the Nyanza province were to stay with Raila. But Raila akadandia hiyo bandwagon ya Kibaki, which even made it even more, he brought more support. He brought the Nyanza province with him. So I agree with you to that part. But where I disagree is this. Kibaki in 2002 was going to win with or without Raila Odinga. But Raila Odinga strengthened his campaign.
I think the jury is out there, because think about it. You're looking at him from a one-sided argument, and I really didn't want to participate in this. But think about it. By the time he was leaving, that is Raila Odinga leaving Kanu, he entered Kanu and came out stronger than he entered. He came out with a team. I think they called it the Rainbow Alliance. I'm not sure. I cannot remember all those facts. But by the time they were coming out, the Akina Kamodho then, the Saitoti, they brought out a momentum. It's kind of they pulled the victory under the rug of Moi. They came out from Kanu, weakened Kanu fast, right? That there was no team to back Uhuru. He was termed as the young Turk. He didn't have anyone. So Kalonzo was out, Kamotho was out, Saitoti was out, name them. Ntimama was out. So these are people who in their backyard, they still have a commanding voice. So with their leader, or the one who was leading the troop being Raila Odinga, I can tell you for free, that one still added enough numbers. Enough. Okay. So don't just look at him from a Nyanza angle. Okay. Look at him holistically. Fair. You will be able to see him.
Okay. But here's the thing. Let me start by asking you this. Do you honestly think that Kanu was actually popular and they were winning the elections pre-2002? Let's say in 1997, in 1992. Were they winning those elections because they were actually popular, or were they rigging the elections?
The lack of unity from their opponents. Unanielewa? For example, if we have votes that we are dividing, I have like 10, but you and Zalendo, if you combine, you can get 20.
I get that part.
But on your own, you only get 6. So I will win, not because I'm popular, but because you guys you don't have what you call unity of purpose. You are not united. And that's why it was difficult to more from power, because the opposition was never united, or rather it didn't have the wherewithal to really tackle him from a level that Moi could not rig.
Let me rephrase it. Do you think that in 1992, Moi had more votes than Oginga Odinga, or what's his name? The Foda Silly guy. What's his name? Matiba.
I'm not really sure. I need to recheck my facts. But all I can say is we cannot rule out the power of coming together. We cannot. And that's why
I agree with you there.
And that's why even when two communities that are huge, when they come together, they are able to defeat smaller communities. And the case also is also vice versa. If smaller communities can team up, umenielewa?
Nakuelewa. I understand.
So for me, what I would say is Raila Odinga brought a force, right? And in 2027, he will still be a force to reckon with. You cannot rule out Raila Odinga. This is a man that the sitting president only was able to win by a mere 200,000 votes. As Zalendo has said, he didn't have a commanding win, right? Now, let me tell you this. The 200,000 was the guarantee win, right? It was the number that guaranteed his win. For him to win in 2007, number one, he has to retain He has to retain his number. That is point number one.
Yes.
Point number two, he has to attract more. Remember, close to half never voted. To me, that is the swing vote. To me, that is the protest vote. To me, that is the vote that can determine who becomes the next president. Why? Now they have seen this president. They have seen the one who was not chosen. Probably now they may decide to vote. Those who never voted, for starters. Number two, those who supported him probably now have changed their mind. Now, my question to you would be, do you think kuna supporters wa Raila Odinga ambao Ruto, because of his good actions, ameweza kuwa influence, amewawin? Answer me that way, then I'll really feel you that you understand my question.
Yeah. I would like to answer you this way. I know I'm not avoiding the question. I know what you're answering. I'm not avoiding it, but this is what I say. In Kenya, hii Kenya yetu hii Kenya moja hii, people don't vote. When it comes to elections, people vote according to tribal alliance. Okay? Ruto is terrible. He's doing terrible. Anaribia watu ninio, ameharibu uchumi, but let's be fair, it's only been 1 year. I don't know what's going to happen between now until 2027, but I'm just going by now what he has performed. He has uchumi ni mbaya. But sahi tukiseme tuende election in December 31st, ama tuende election sahi, okay? People will have to have alliances. Now, how do you do that? And this is what Moi was also doing, okay? And everybody does it. Even Raila did it, okay? The so-called kingpins of regions. You use them to lure and get your votes, okay? So, sisi kama watu wa, that's why you hear these people, sisi kama watu wa Mount Kenya, sisi kama watu bonde la ufa, watu wa Nyanza, we align ourselves with a certain coalition party, whether it's Azimio or Kenya Kwanza. So when it comes to election, we shall not even be talking about uchumi nini. Mtaongea uchumi ndio, uchumi ni mbaya, whatever. Of course, there's some swing votes, like you say. There are people who vote because they feel that their issue was not addressed by the president. But the majority of the people shall vote because of where they fit in, where their kingpin, tribal kingpin, is leading them. That's why I say this. Historically, Central Province, Mount Kenya, even if they called Raila Njamba, they called Raila Njamba because Raila was supporting who? Mwai Kibaki. Whom Mwai Kibaki had the majority of Kenyans behind him because everyone was sick of Moi. But I'm telling you this, even if Raila stayed in Kanu at that time, him and Kamodo and the rest of those people, Kanu orphans, there was no way they were going to beat Kenya, Kibaki. So in 2027, to answer your question, if we were to go to the election today, those people who didn't vote, Raila has to look at Azimio right now. You talk about Azimio. Let's get to it right now. What is left of Azimio coalition besides ODM and Kalonzo Musyoka? And Kalonzo Musyoka is only staying there because he wants to be Ninio. Anataka Raila mpatie support in 2027. Soon as he realizes that Raila will run in 2027, atatoka. Martha Karua ndio huyo alichukua akaanza kamende sijui kamwende sijui nini, ameshaanza hiyo kamende yake, him and Kioni, he's out of the door. Unaona? Jubilee has officially left. Okay? That's why you see ODM are recruiting. Kwa sababu nini? They don't, Azimio is dead. It's only, how many votes will Kalonzo Musyoka bring you? I don't even think Kalonzo can win in Ukambani. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating, maybe. So what I'm trying to say is this. When it comes down to it, people will vote according to the tribal alliance that their kingpin is aligned to. Issues will come later. Because people have this mentality ati mtu wetu akiwa kwa government, sisi pia tutakula. That's the mentality we have. Am I wrong or right? You can correct me. Maybe you can bring Mzalendo and tell us anything. Or James, you can say something.
Mzalendo, do you agree with what Kenya Rebel is raising? He's trying to explain the past, equally trying to say what might happen in the future, and actually is confident that Ruto might or will definitely clinch back his seat.
One more thing, if I may, before Mzalendo says something. In 2027, if I was to play a prophet, this is my prophecy here. 2027, we shall have a coalition government where we'll have Ruto as the president. He will be revoted again. Raila will be somewhere in the government, maybe the leader of something or prime minister. And then you can fit in everyone where they want to fit in. So there's a coalition government coming in the future, 2027. Go ahead, Mr. Lendo.
Yeah, hey, Kenya Revolutionary, habari yako bana?
Mzuri mzalendo. Naona umeleta Jex leo.
Na Jex amekuwa akipotea, so sisi we failed to meet the expectation of the viewers. So you just hand over the show to someone who can do it.
We can't fulfill his shoes. Jex unajua ni kama Moi, alitoka kishatoka saa tuweze kuendelesha KANU.
So KANU wewe kama mwanachama wa KANU unaona siku hizi unatapakaa kila mahali. Sijui uko wapi? So, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Yeah.
Now I agree. Sometimes I agree with Kenya Rebel, but sometimes we don't agree. But today I must agree with the issues that he has raised. Especially the last part that by being held here, future leaders coming into government. Kenya Kwanza will support it, as me will definitely support it, even if they introduce as prime minister or ceremonial president or official opposition leader. Both parties will love that because out of power and
okay, we seem to have lost him, and he's talking about what might come out from the talks. They termed it the bipartisan talks. I'm yet to be impressed by what will come out, but all I can say is it will be a replica of BBI reloaded. It will there's nothing new, just same old BBI crap, and eventually mwananchi atawekewa hapo ndani some nice sweeteners hapo wanaweza taja GMR, guaranteed minimum return, watataja hapo mambo ya county sijui blah blah, of course all that, but that will just be the icing. The real cake will contain a prime cabinet secretary, a PM, and many other nice positions for the loser and of course the winner. So that is what Mr. Lendo was trying to bring before he was interrupted by his network. I don't know now if you're able to continue, Mr. Lendo. You are muted, my brother.
Yeah, okay. Jake, sorry for that. I think I was in a depression. Going down. That is the reason why network imepotea hivyo. It happens in this country. So ile kitu iko ni siasa ya Kenya mali iko saa hii. Bipartisan talks are going to benefit both parties. Even in fact, the biggest casualty for bipartisan talks is Gachagua. Yeye ndio hiyo kitu haitamsaidia sana haitamsaidia sana, but everybody else, even Kalonzo, these political tribal leaders, all of them are well placed to get something. Even kina Wetangula, kina Mudavadi, they are well placed to get something on that table, because rich kids always play with the rich kids, and rich
Correct.
kids toys see toys za maskini. Unaona, mtoto mdosi ile toy anacheza nayo achezagi na zile ball za juala, anacheza na ball Adidas zile imenunuliwa inaitwaje? We used to buy them hapo, inaitwa sport, while wewe unaenda unatengeneza ile.
Okay. Now, guys, this having been the first day of the show, probably I might have to wrap it up. But before even I think of doing that, allow me to first do this. One, appreciate the many of you who have joined in live, many who have liked, shared, and subscribed to Africa 24. Now, Kimbia Mbio Apple YouTube. I'm sure many will also join in late and watch this. Kimbia Apple YouTube, subscribe to Africa 24, like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Ukifanya hivyo, this channel will be rewarding you very soon. I think from next week, you should be seeing people being rewarded, and there will be the grand prize winner of not one, several, who will walk away with very nice gift hamper, especially for Christmas. We are nearing the festive season, and with Africa 24, as we unlock the African story, I'm telling you for free, Christmas is coming early. So subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend to subscribe on Africa 24. Subscribing makes you a winner. Winning with Africa 24 is guaranteed. I can tell you for free, Africa, we got you. Africa, we got you, because Africa, here we unlock the African stories as they come out. Thank you very, very much. My able gentlemen, can I allow you to give me your submissions even as we wrap up, so that we can prepare for another awesome show in the evening? In Kenya here, it's already 2 in the morning. So if I can hear from you, Kenya Rebel, then I'll give Mzalendo the courtesy of finishing his submissions and as well giving his final remarks as well. But thank you very much for tuning into Africa 24. Here we got you. We'll make sure you enjoy all our programming. So hit the notification, hit the subscription, so as to see many clips. This will not just be the only thing that will be happening. You'll be seeing a lot. We are in partnership with other media stations, but this is the mother of them all. So join in, subscribe, make this your number one station where you listen and enjoy and participate in the conversations. Karibu sana wewe ambaye unataka kusubscribe. Karibu to Africa 24. Here utalike. Hii utapenda. Grow with us. Let's make this bigger, because we can. Yes, we can. Asanteni sana. Thank you, Kenya Rebel. Take it home.
Sawa. Anyway, for your first day back, Jake, I'm so happy to see you. Hopefully we have familiar faces that were there with us before.
And even new ones. And even new ones. We'll have more old and new.
Yes. So I don't know how often you'll be here, but anytime tukiona sura yako tutaingia hapa, kwa sababu we have to balance this narrative. I see other platforms it's just one-sided. Hapa unajua tuna debate different, vile tunaiangalia different. But anyway, just to finish up, as I say, for the today's topic, what I would like to say is that this government is no different from the previous governments. Okay, it's the same face. I mean, sorry, same. I don't want to cuss, but I want to say, as they say, same shit, different toilet. Hii ni Uhuru extension of Uhuru. with Kalenjin face now. Don't expect much. 2027, probably what will happen, Ruto will be so unpopular, but him being Ruto, having the money and the instruments of power, atakaa chini na Raila amwambie, hey Raila, chukua hii kiti ya ninio hapa, ushikilie, unisaidie. Alafu mimi nitakusupport in 2027. I mean in 2042, whatever the case is. Alafu they'll have a government of national unity. Alafu tutaambiwa maporojo mingi ile the usual nonsense that we usually be told. And before we know it will be 2042. Gachagua atachukua na tutaambiwa Gachagua ndiye atakuwa sasa hasla. Unaona? But anyway, until next time, Jake, tomorrow nitakuona hapo. I'm already subscribed, so nikiona ninio nikiona sura yako nitaingia. Peace and blessings kila mtu. Oh, by the way, subscribe to my channel for those of you who are there. My channel is Kenya Revolutionary. Find me on YouTube. Ukiona sura kama hii, please subscribe. And Mzalendo, you can reach me. You know where to reach me. So good night, tuku ni usiku na nitakuona kesho Jakes, hopefully. Please don't disappear.
No, I'm back. I'm back. Nilikuwa nimepea station time, not station, government time to deliver. Now it's because they asked for time. If you remember, they told us we give them several months, which we did. They asked for a year, which we did.
Give them one more year.
Now it's time we speak about it, right?
Okay. Sawa basi.
Yes, Mzalendo, take it home.
Yeah, thank you, Jakes. I was just settling down, but it's okay. What I can say about
can we see you now, at least as you have settled to kuone tumalize
tumalize kama unaniona, ngojea tu utaniona tu sahi. Wacha kuwa na wasiwasi bila sauti, si unajua. Kuna watu wengine wakiona hii sura watatoroka bwana.
Malizia tu, we are wrapping up, so tutatoroka pamoja.
All right. Anyway, what I wanted to say is that this government is really trying to make things better for everybody else, and it's only 1 year, but we've had a lot of changes in government. Although, just as I said, the tribal alliances is always keeping the government on check. That is the only good part about these alliances. So I am confident. I'm confident that the government is in the right trajectory with the checks and balances Kina Raila are doing. Then we are going to see some economic growth in our country, because first in the employment sector, you see the housing is already employing quite a few, which is not mentioned by so many. That will be a significant success. In 5 years, if all those houses are complete in most of the counties, then people will be talking about the Rutos government. Now, teachers have been employed. That is also a very huge plus. There's no government that has employed teachers like the Rutos government. The only problem that they're having is on the cost of living, the cost of fuel. So once he gets the cost of fuel done, and corruption in his government reduced at a good percentage, because I'm not hearing of any corruption in his government lately. Otherwise, Raila and Karua and the likes would have come out guns blazing of the corruption that are happening in government. But so far, there's no corruption in his government. They are very, very careful about it. Although maybe it is happening, but it is something that inafanywa maybe chini ya maji sana, watu hawezi jua. So those are the things that I'm seeing happening. There are several alliances that are coming up. I'm seeing Martha Karua is having a alliance with Kioni, trying to rejuvenate the Kikuyu community. These tribal alliances are bogus to me. They are not modern. They are not taking us towards the right direction, but they are giving entitlement for communities to be in government. So the small communities like the ones down in the coast or the Suba, where I come from, when will they get that kind of representation? Or the Kaumas, who are the minority in Kenya, or the Ogieks, who are the minority in Kenya, they cannot form any of those alliances. They will be way back. They will either form be in any of the coalitions, but are not benefiting much. So these tribal alliances we should talk about them. They are just ways of propelling tribal kings into power, not thinking about their people, but using their people as a means to get to power. Raila does it perfectly. Now Uhuru did it perfectly. Ruto mastered it, and it is something that should be stopped so that we can have a country called Kenya, not a country formed by tribal alliances, whereby if you go to apply for employment, they look at your name. If it is an Odhiambo like myself, and the Kalenjin is in power, or the Kikuyu, then the Kalenjin comes before me. So those are things that we should stop. We should talk about, and and I give congratulations to Ruto, although he employed the majority in his community. Maybe those are the people who supported him to be in government. But again, he has tried to inject a few other tribes from the 47 communities. Yeah, at least the major communities are represented, and even the small ones are represented in his government. So if you see more of that, then people will find it necessary to align by the policies of the government. But if you look at what is happening now, every base, you go be in Central, they are talking about Kikuyu. If you go to Kamba, they are talking hii ni wakati wetu. If you go to Luos, they are looking at what they are going to do. They have still they have not decided on whether Raila is going to run or not run. But you see, those are the things that are affecting our politics. So let us sanitize our politics, vote for leaders who have got good policies, let situations like what happened in Meru not happen because of she's a woman and she can't lead us. Let us be led by people with good moral character when it comes to leadership. That is my take for tonight, and thank you once again for hosting me in the show, Mr. Jack, and I hope to see you later today. And here we are going
Okay.
towards the holiday. Happy holidays to all Kenyans who are in this side of the world. Mukue na Thanksgiving njema na mkule hiyo taki, na mkikibakisha pia mtutumie hata kasupu. Haya, asante bana.
Okay. So happy Thanksgiving to the people over there, and hapa Kenya ni tung'ang'ane na hali yetu, Mungu wako. I'm sure hatuwezi kosa one thing or two to be thankful for, but tutang'ang'ana na hali. Now, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being part of this show. This show has been made possible because of you being part of it. How? By liking our videos, sharing our videos, and of course, even watching them. So thank you very, very much. Afric TV, it's new. It's a new kid in the block, but this kid is coming, anakuja na mahanja mtu kibao. So fanya vipi? Hakikisha umesubscribe. Hakikisha umesubscribe, umehit notification bell. Watch our programs. There'll be many. Watch them, and let's enjoy making this better, because we are here to unlock the African stories. Asanteni sana. God bless you. We wrap it up. We hope to see you in the evening today from 10 p.m. Kenyan time. I'll make sure to have a great show as we have had, and hopefully I'll see you. Make sure you make a date with me. Asante, asante sana. This is Africa TV. Is Africa TV, where we unlock the African story. Please be part of this. Let's make this a beautiful one. See you later. God bless you. God do you well. I hope to see you later on in the evening. See you tuonane wadau. I love you. I'm glad to be back. Si nitawaona jioni. I hope to see you. What's this? Diddy's a genius.